7 is dismissed on its merits. Anything else before we start?
There appears to be, Judge. Our first witness is Nicholas Smith. Mr. Binger has informed me that, I guess I can let him tell you this, but that he has 2 juvenile adjudications. The year, can you tell me the years, Tom?
They're both from April 30th, 2014 here in Kenosha.
So I don't know how last time.
Was he at the time?
He would have been 16. He is now 23.
Hand me the.
There have been other criminal cases since then. There were 3 or 4 pending criminal cases that were resolved with pleas, one to disorderly conduct and one to violation of a temporary restraining order. That was from April of 2016. And then in May of this year, both of those adult convictions were expunged.
Okay, well, those are not going to count.
I understand that, but they're...
I understand your point that shows persistent lawless behavior. Give me the. I guess I could. I guess I have the ability to look at it.
I can give you the case numbers if you'd like. 14 JV 36.
Number?
14 JV 36. JV 101.
Alright guys, while they're talking, I'm going to switch over to this other one real quick because they're saying, I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm just going to go back a little bit because what they're saying is that at the end of the last one, they asked for the case to be dismissed.
You want to say anything? Nothing further. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
So the question
Let me
is,
step
have
down.
you ever been adjudicated not convicted of a crime, right?
Right. Talk about the case, read, watch your testimony account. See you later.
Do you understand that?
You might be hearing both right now, guys.
There's that number.
Okay, ready to go?
I don't know what was on the menu today for them. I'm sorry, this is a replay of a few minutes of an hour ago. They're saying that they asked for it to be dismissed. But see, it went quiet here.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Okay, they're still standing for the jury. Somebody said they asked for it to be dismissed. Nope, see, it went right to there, so I don't think so. I must have missed it unless somebody else shut it off. But I don't see anywhere where they asked for it to be dismissed. That paralegal, man, wearing tight clothes. I don't know. She's definitely thick. But I wouldn't wear tight clothes like that. I don't know. But I guess some guys maybe like tight clothes like that, huh? You want to hear a strange animal real quick? Here we go. Ooh, who's that girl with the laptop? She's the blonde. I mean, she's got a cute face. Definitely the paralegal. She's cute, but I don't know. I know. I don't know.
All right.
Sound down when the jury comes in.
Welcome back, and a couple of things. First off, there was testimony given by Brandon Kramen, an employee of the FBI, which was incomplete. It was interrupted, and because it was interrupted, it wasn't heard in full, and for that reason, I'm going to strike all of that testimony, and you must disregard that entirely. Any question about that? Okay.
Come on, Judge. Like they
number
really forget that shit.
The seventh count of the information accused the defendant of violation of a curfew, and that case is no longer part of the action here. So the information remains with 6 counts in it, and I'll instruct you further on those at the close of the case. But the 7th count of curfew violation is no longer part of the contest here. Okay, thank you. Mr. Binger.
Your Honor, the state formally rests its case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharafazi, the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Nicholas Smith.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Sir, will you please state your name and spell it slowly for Madam Reporter?
Nicholas Smith, Nicholas, Smith, SMIT.
And Mr. Smith, I'm not looking for your specific physical address, but where do you live?
Here in Kenosha,
And how old are you right now?
23.
Have you ever been adjudicated delinquent in the past?
Yes, I believe.
How many times?
What does that mean? Can you clarify what that means?
Of how many offenses were you adjudged a juvenile delinquent?
1, I believe, as a delinquent.
If I told you it was 2?
It might be.
Okay. Now, are you currently employed, sir?
Yes.
And what kind of work do you do?
I work at a factory.
Right. And if I could, are you familiar with a business called CarSource?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that business?
I worked for them.
You worked for them?
Yes, I worked for CarSource, and I've known the owners for 10 years.
And who are the owners?
Sam, Sal, their dad, their mom, and their...
And Do you remember when you worked for them specifically?
2018 to 2019.
So you worked for them 2018 to 2019, but you've known them for about a decade?
Close to a decade, yes.
And what I want to do, if I can, is direct your attention to August 24th of 2020. Okay?
Okay.
So that would be the day prior to the shootings involving Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
On that day, did you have any contact at all with anybody from CarSource?
Yes, I did.
And who was that contact with?
Sam.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what that contact was?
The night of the 24th, I received a phone call from Sam stating that his car doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything.
Okay, now I'm going to show you. So I'm going to show you, we've heard this at length here, but if I said to you the car doctor has been previously pointed out as this car source right here between 59th and 60th, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and that is what is commonly known to you as the car doctor.
Correct.
All right, and you had said that Sam had asked you for your assistance?
Me and one other.
Do you know who that was?
The one other person?
Yeah.
Yes, that was Justin Hamilton.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Hamilton, had he worked for CarSource in the past?
For 10 years, yes.
And on the 24th, what were you asked to do?
Sam had asked if we could do anything about the fires. Asked both of us.
And did you?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
Approximately around 9 o'clock, I'd received a phone call from Sam stating that car doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything. And then not too long after, I received a phone call from Justin stating that he was going to car doctor to put out the fires. When they arrived, Justin and his son, Austin, who was a previous employer for CarSource as well, when they arrived, we called Sam, and Sam had said that the body shop door, garage door, was unlocked, and to gain entry so that we could access the power washers and the buckets with inside CarSource so that we could put out the fires.
So was Sam, he wasn't down there with you, is that fair?
No, he was not.
Okay. He just had given you guys information as to what he was hoping that you would do.
Correct.
And the information as to, well, I'll ask it to you this way, was the car doctor building locked?
No, the front door was, but the back door was not. The body shop door.
And did you gain access then to the shop?
Correct. He gave us permission.
And what did you do upon gaining?
We turned on the lights inside the building so that we could locate the power washer and all the buckets, and we proceeded to unlock the front door and put out the fires. And we had numerous amounts of bystanders help us as well that were also helping us put out the fires.
Now, on the 24th, was there anybody there physically protecting the business?
No.
And when you got there, what was the condition? I'll ask you, were there fires going on at that point? Or
yes.
Not? And that was at the car doctor location?
Correct.
So were you able then to combat the fires, deal with those fires?
Correct.
Okay. At any point on the 24th, did you see anybody associated with CarSource or Car Doctor down there?
In the morning of the 24th, yes.
Morning of the 24th or the 25th?
Not at that night, no, I did not. The morning of the 25th, I did.
Okay. So 24th, you're putting out the fires.
Correct.
You then go home at some point?
Correct.
What time do you think you left the Car Doctor?
1 a.m. Around 1 a.m. Anywhere between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Now, if I can ask you about the 25th. On the 25th, do you have any contact with anybody from CarSource?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Sam.
And
I will put you
how
through
do you
that
have
fucking
contact
wall!
with Sam?
He calls me in the morning of the 25th asking if I could provide assistance to watch over the building later in that night. He called me and Justin Hamilton.
So at that point, he's not asking you to, if I have this right, he's not asking you to put out fires, he's asking for help protecting the business? Is that what
Correct.
he said? And how do you respond to that?
I say yes. I can help him. I can watch over the building.
And have you at that point kind of formulated a plan on what you're going to do?
Yes.
And what's that plan?
I had called my other friends who also had previously worked there, and our plan was we were going to set up on the roof and stay there most of the night watching the building.
And when you say that you had talked to or were planning on talking to your friends, who were they?
Austin Hamilton, Colin Doherty, and Justin Hamilton.
And did you have contact with those people at some point on the 25th?
Correct.
I'll ask you this way. What time did you get the call from Sam?
Early in the morning, anywhere between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Not 10 p.m., 10 a.m.
And what time do you think you had contact with or spoke to the Hamiltons, the people that you were talking about?
Around 11 a.m. They first called me, and then I called Colin, and that was so around 11 a.m.
So after 11 a.m., is it fair to say that you believe you have like a plan in your head and people to help you with that plan?
Correct.
After 11 a.m., is there anything else, or is there something that happens that puts you in contact with anybody else that ends up there that night?
Yes.
And who is that?
Dominic Black.
And can you tell the jury what that contact with Mr. Black was?
I had noticed Dominic Black around the afternoon, 3 or 4 p.m. He was downtown, and I needed somebody to give me a ride to go buy some body armor because I had not planned on being armed that night. And he said he would give me a ride, and Kyle was with him. They came to my house around 4 p.m., 3 or 4 p.m. in that afternoon, picked me up, and I do not remember exactly what transpired after that, but Kyle ended up lending me his body armor and dropping me off, and they asked where I was going.
Okay, I'm going to slow you down for a second.
Correct.
Okay. So you had said that you saw a Snapchat.
Correct.
I'm not familiar with Snapchat, but so it's like a video or something?
Yes, correct. I saw a Snapchat video of Dominic downtown,
And
Kenosha.
you then, from that Snapchat, reached back out to him?
Correct. I reached out to Dominic.
And you had mentioned that you were looking for or wanted some body armor, right?
Correct.
And that, you tell me what you wanted that for.
I had not planned on being armed, and I wanted a means of protecting myself, and body armor was the next best suit for it.
Now, you had said that you didn't plan on being armed. Was there a particular reason that you didn't plan on being armed?
We planned on being on the roof, and I see no reason that I was going to need to be armed.
Based on your location?
Correct. We were going to be on the roof. I did not foresee myself needing a firearm or having any confrontation with anyone needing to have a firearm.
And you had said that, if I have it right, that Kyle Rittenhouse then had offered you his body armor.
Correct.
So, did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
So, to your knowledge, and if you know, did Mr. Rittenhouse say anything that would lead you to believe that he had he had 2 sets of body armor or anything else?
No, he did not.
So, what time? So you go down to CarSource, right?
Correct.
And who do you go there with on the 25th?
Myself at first, and then I end up meeting Kyle and Dominic there after I left my house about 15 minutes. I had arrived at CarSource, and they met me there within 10-15 minutes of being there.
And was that a planned kind of location meeting?
Yes.
Were you aware whether or not Mr. Rittenhouse and or Mr. Black had spoken to anybody from CarSource earlier that morning?
I was not aware.
So you, if I have this right, you're there about 4 o'clock.
I arrived there, I would say, 5 o'clock. We went to go get the body armor around 4 o'clock.
So you, and which CarSource do you arrive at?
59th Street location, Car Doctor.
And you said shortly thereafter, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Black arrive?
Correct.
And what do you do? What happens then?
I meet with the owner of CarSource, Sam, and tell him what's going to be going on.
Okay, so at about 5-ish on
Yeah.
the 25th, you have contact with the person you know to be Sam.
Correct.
And that is at the 59th Street Car Doctor location?
Correct.
And when you get there and you see Sam, what does he do?
Gives me a hug and tells me thank you for coming.
He didn't tell you at any point to get off that property?
No, he did not.
He didn't tell you that you were trespassing or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Was there any conversation that you had with Sam relating to any type? How was this going to happen?
When I had arrived at the location, he said he would throw me some money to split between the guys that were helping us.
And did he ever do that?
No, he did not.
So you hug Sam, you talk to him for a little bit. What does he do, if anything, in terms of helping you guys with buildings and things like that? Getting into buildings, anything like that?
He gives me a set of keys to the 59th Street location.
So that's the Car Doctor location?
Car Doctor, yes, correct.
Okay. So he hands you a set of keys so you can go in?
Correct. Well, he had actually, we talked briefly, and then he said he was actually heading home, and that his brother Sal would give us a ride over to the 63rd Street location because he was locking up, and that his brother Sal would give me the keys.
And did you end up meeting up with his brother Sal?
Correct. His brother was there.
And did his brother Sal then give you the keys?
Correct.
You had testified that there was a plan, that you had a plan to be on the roof of that building.
Correct.
How were you planning on getting up there?
A ladder.
And where was, if you know, well, how did you know that there was a ladder there?
I had previously worked there and knew there were ladders, and Sam had also showed me where the ladders were at the Car Doctor.
And when you say Sam showed you where the ladders were, do you mean on the 25th?
Yes, correct.
So you then make contact with Sal.
Correct.
And are there other people there to help you protect the Car Doctor?
Not at the moment. When we had arrived at the 63rd Street location, we'd stood around for about 10 minutes, and that's when another group of individuals in their cars had pulled up and asked if we needed any assistance that night.
And what did you say?
I said if they want to, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. Did you know who they were before they got there?
No, I did not.
Do you know the names of any of those people today?
I know one of the names.
And who is that?
Ryan Belch.
And to be fair, at the 59th Street Car Source, Dominic Black is armed, is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rittenhouse is armed as well?
Correct.
Mr. Bulch?
Correct.
Okay. So, how long are you at the Car Doctor, before Sal leaves?
We were not at Car Doctor when these people arrived. He'd given us a ride from Car Doctor to the 63rd Street location, and that's where we met these people. And then
Okay, hold on. Sal gave who a ride?
me, Dominic, and Kyle. We were waiting for Justin, Colin, and Austin to get there.
And Sal, do you remember the car he gave you? Do you remember the make of car he gave you a ride in?
It was either a Mercedes or a BMW.
And you went from 63rd down to 59th?
No, 59th to 63rd.
Now, there has been, this jury has seen a photograph.
Correct.
Where was that photograph taken?
63rd.
Okay. That's 30. So, Mr. Smith, are you in that picture?
Yes, I am.
And which one of those people is you?
I'm the one wearing the red cross on helmet, the white helmet.
Okay, so you're fourth from the right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's been testimony that the guy on the far left is Sal, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. After that photo is taken, does Sal ever tell you, I want you to leave here, I don't want you here, you're causing problems? Anything, does he say anything that
No.
would indicate he doesn't want your presence?
No, he was very grateful for our presence.
So what happens after Sal leaves? Can you tell me where everybody goes, if you know?
Yes. Actually, shortly after Sam had left, another group of Latino Americans had arrived in the parking lot with melee weapons, telling us that they could watch that location for us for that night. And after that, we'd walked down to 59th Street location to meet up with Austin, Justin, and Colin.
And when you get to the 59th Street location, who's with you?
Ryan Belch, two of his friends. It was either two or three of his friends. Colin, Dominic, Kyle, Justin, and Austin.
And are there, for lack of a better term, kind of locations that people are going to kind of be at for the night?
Correct.
And what is your location going to be?
The roof.
And only if you know, do you know what Kyle's location is going to be?
Did not state where he was going to be.
I'll ask it to you this way. Was he on the roof with you?
No.
At some point when you're on the roof, do the protesters, rioters, whatever, do they move? Are they starting to move south down Sheridan Road?
That is correct.
And about what time is that?
They had previously done it before I went on the roof as well.
Okay.
Around, I would say, 8:30.
And at that point, are you on the roof?
I am not on the roof at that point, no.
Once they start moving south on Sheridan, do you take a position on the roof?
After they dissipate, within 10 minutes, I do take position on the roof, yes.
And while you're on the roof, does anything happen to you?
Yes, our group would get chemical bombed from the protesters.
And when you say chemical bombed, can you just explain kind of what you believe that means?
I believe it was an ammonia and bleach bomb they made inside of a plastic bottle and threw it up on the roof.
Now, to be fair, you didn't see who did that, right?
No, I did not see who did that.
And anything else that was happening to you while you were on the roof other than the ammonium?
Bricks. They were throwing bricks at us.
And again, to be fair, you're not sure who that was.
No, I am not.
You might not have known that night, but there was a gentleman there by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
That night, did you see him?
No, I did not. I was not paying attention.
So there was no contact between you and Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, there was not.
Did you see Mr. Rittenhouse that evening?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what, if anything, you noticed that he was doing?
He was standing in the parking lot.
Okay. There's been testimony about him repeatedly yelling medic, medic, medic throughout the evening. Did you ever see him do anything as it relates to being a medic?
I do not know. I was not paying attention.
Okay. Do you have any medical training?
Some.
Okay. Is that in part the reason for the
Correct.
cross on the hat? And can you just briefly tell us a little bit about your medical training?
My brother, who was an infantryman in the Marine Corps, has taught me CLS, combat life-saving, which is... Yes, ma'am. My brother, who was in the infantry in the Marine Corps, had taught me CLS, combat life-saving, and taught me briefly on what to do with gunshot wounds, lacerations, and things like that.
Was there at any point that evening, sir, did you become armed?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
When the first crowd had pushed towards us, when the police had pushed the first crowd down Sheridan Road, Ryan Belch handed me off his pistol and said, just in case.
And did you feel at that point that it was necessary or not?
Yes and no.
Okay. I'll let you explain it.
Yes, because there was a massive amount of people. I would say anywhere between 150 to 250 people. No, because I didn't see any need to have any. I had non-lethal.
Was your location a factor in that at all?
Yes, it was. I was on the ground at that point.
Okay. Did you then move back up to the roof?
I had not moved up to the roof yet. That was when I had moved up to the roof. When the crowd had pushed towards us, the people that were going to be on the roof had, at that time, figured this is a good time to go on the roof because the crowd had dissipated and pushed themselves back towards the courthouse. And that's when we went on the roof.
And do you, when you're on the roof, there's been videos shown, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse at any point after you go back up on the roof?
On the roof, a couple times throughout the night I see him walking around.
Okay, so you see him, if this is fair, has he left your location and is he moving from location to location?
Correct.
At some point that evening, then, do you hear what you believe to be gunshots?
That is correct.
Right, and when you hear those, where are you?
I am on the roof.
And so, to be fair, you don't see what had happened, is that right?
No, I do not.
And there's been testimony regarding two instances, one involving Mr. Rosenbaum, the other involving Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. Do you see either one of those happenings?
No, I do not.
Is there a time, well, let me ask you this, when you hear the shooting, do you get off the roof?
I get off the roof because Dominic had received a phone call. At the time, I had not known we'd received a phone call from, and he had stated that we have to leave. It is getting hectic. And the prior events that just occurred, gunshots, we all concluded that that was a safe bet, that it was getting crazy, so everybody that was on the roof had now got off the roof.
So when you get off the roof, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes, I do.
And where do you see him?
Inside the shop, sitting down.
And how does he look to you?
Sweating, pale.
Does he say anything?
He repeats, I just shot someone, over and over, and I believe at some point he did say he had to shoot someone.
What happens then?
I tell him to walk outside and turn himself in. That was a safe bet for him. And I told him to walk outside, and he had said I had to shoot someone. And at that point, I'd left the location because I was in fear that the protesters were going to come to that location.
Okay, one moment. Mr. Smith, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Mr. Smith, you have actually two juvenile adjudications for violations of the law, correct?
I believe so, yes.
On April 30th, 2000.
No.
His answer was I might. He didn't answer correctly.
I don't think we conducted the usual discussion prior, and we didn't. And I explicitly said two, and I don't know what happened, but the matter is covered. Move on to something else.
So, Mr. Smith, you indicated that you met up with the defendant and Dominic Black and borrowed the defendant's body armor. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you describe that for us, please? What
The
is
body
that?
armor?
Yes.
It's a plate carrier. It's a vest. Yeah, a vest.
So it's not like a suit vest.
No, it is not. It's like a armor vest that you would see somebody in the military wearing.
What is it made out of?
I do not know, but it does have body armor inside it, soft armor panels.
Do you know what it is designed to stop or
Bullets.
protect? What kind of bullets?
It was 3A, so 357. Anything up to 357.
A 357 is a caliber that's typically seen in handguns, correct?
That is correct.
This is not the type of body armor that would stop a rifle, correct?
That is correct.
You're familiar with the AR-15s that the defendant and Dominic Black had, correct?
That is correct.
Have you ever shot or used one of those?
In the past, yes, I have.
Those typically fire .223 or .556 caliber, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the type of caliber that would go through your vest.
That is correct.
Where physically in the world did you go with the defendant to pick up that body armor on Tuesday, August 25th?
I do not recall where I went. I know I'm pretty sure we left to go to my bank to pull out money. I do not remember what transpires afterwards, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor because we never went and got mine. I do not remember why or what transpired to why we did not go and get it, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor.
If I understood your testimony correctly, Dominic Black and the defendant came to pick you up that day, is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm not going to ask you your address, but you live relatively within walking distance of this area, correct?
That is correct.
And they didn't pick you up to drive you to this area. They drove you someplace west or south of here, correct?
I do not remember.
When they came to pick you up, whose vehicle were they driving?
Dominic's.
Was the plate carrier body armor already in the vehicle?
Yes, it was.
From the defendant?
That is correct, the defendant's body armor.
And you said that you chose not to have a gun that night because you felt the body armor would be sufficient protection. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
What were you worried about?
The way the previous nights of what I'd seen, I was worried somebody was going to shoot me or anything. You know, I just wanted a means of protection.
What had you seen on the previous night that made you feel that while you were protecting a business here in Kenosha, someone was going to shoot you?
A lot of individuals armed with rifles and pistols, acting irate throughout the nights.
Did you see or hear of anyone who actually shot anyone on those prior nights?
No, I did not.
But it's fair to say that when you came downtown on Tuesday, August 25th, you were concerned about the potential of violence, correct?
That is correct.
You were particularly concerned that that violence would come from the people on the street, the protesters, demonstrators, whatever word you want to call them. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
You felt that they not only posed a danger to the physical property you were at, but you personally for guarding that property. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
When is the last time before August 25th, 2020 that you worked for Sal or Sam or any member of their family?
2019.
I want to make sure we're very precise about the properties that we're talking about. You've got a map there behind you, and I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Smith, that there is a location that is marked car source that is on the northeast corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Do you see that labeled car source?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree with me that that location is properly called car source?
The dealership or the mechanic shop?
The one that's on the northeast corner. I have a laser pointer if that would help.
Yes, it would.
I'm talking about this location here.
Yes, that is labeled car source.
And is that the proper name of it?
Yes, sir.
There is another location that is on the southwest corner of that intersection. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, I do.
It is labeled on that map car source. Is that accurate?
Yes and no. They use two different names.
What is the other name they use?
Car doctor.
When we're talking, if it's helpful, if it's okay with you, can we refer to that as car doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, that is the location, car doctor, where you spent almost the entire evening and mostly on the roof. Fair to say?
Correct.
There is a third location at the corner of 63rd and Sheridan that is also marked car source on that map. Is that accurate to call that car source?
Yes.
Okay. Is it correct to say that your plan personally that night was to guard the car doctor location?
That is correct.
You mentioned you had last worked for these folks about a year before this, fair to say?
Correct.
Had you ever worked at that car doctor location?
Correct.
Were you familiar with the things that had been inside the building when you last worked there?
Yes.
When you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, did it appear that some of the property inside had already been moved out of there?
Some of it, yes, but
So-
not all of it.
A lot of the mechanics tools and diagnostic equipment, things like that?
Not a lot of it. There were still actual mechanic benches still in there, the actual roll-in benches. So those were still in there. I don't know if they were possessed any tools inside them, but there were, from my acknowledgement, tools still inside the building.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but when that location was being used to do mechanic work or detailing or whatever would be done, there would typically be cars that needed to be worked on that were parked in the lot. Is that right?
Correct.
On the night of August 25th, those cars had already been moved out of there. Fair to say?
Some of them.
And the 63rd Street location, the one farther south, that also normally would be a lot that would be full of cars to be sold. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And when you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, those cars had all been moved out.
Not
correct?
all of them, no.
You indicated that on the night of August 24th, you were helping to put out fires. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that at the car doctor location?
Yes, it was.
Where were the fires?
In the parking lot right next to it.
Were they cars that were on fire?
Yes, they were.
Not the building itself.
No.
And you said that on that particular night, none of the owners of the company were physically there helping to put out the fires. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So they were relying on you and other folks to do their work for them.
Correct.
Similarly, the next day, when you spoke to Sam or Sal or both of them, the plan was you were going to guard the property or be there at the property, and those owners weren't going to be there anymore, right?
That is correct.
They were going to pay you a couple $100s. Is
That
that
is
right?
correct.
And you never got any of that money.
No, I did not.
You indicated that your personal plan at the car doctor location was to spend the time up on the roof. Is that right?
That is right.
And you didn't feel you needed a gun up on the roof. Is that right?
That is correct. I did not.
How were you going to protect the building from the roof?
I had multiple other friends there with rifles.
So they were the ones
Correct.
who were going to be protecting it with their rifles.
Correct. I was providing overwatch.
What does that mean?
I was watching the building over I was watching the building from the roof, making sure that nobody went inside or damaged the property on the building. The cars were burnt, so we didn't care about the cars.
So whatever cars were left on that lot were a lost cause.
All of them.
You were worried about the structure.
Correct.
That entire night, there was no damage to that
That is
structure.
correct.
No fire, correct?
Correct.
No stolen machinery or equipment, correct?
Correct.
You said that you didn't see any reason why you would need to confront anyone with a gun that night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that because you didn't feel that using a gun to protect a building was appropriate?
Yes and no. It was appropriate in the needs when the situation would arise, but at the moment, throughout the nights that I'd previously seen, was not required.
What sort of situation would arise with regard to that car doctor building where you would feel it would have been appropriate to use a gun?
His judgment, what he would consider appropriate for him might be a different judgment than another person could lawfully reach.
Was there ever a time on the night of August 25th where you saw a situation with regard to the car doctor building that you felt it was necessary to use a gun?
No.
You were shown a photograph that was taken of you earlier in that evening. Were you wearing the body armor in that picture?
Yes, I was.
Can we put that picture up back again, please? That's exhibit number 30. So, Mr. Smith, you are the individual wearing the white hat with the red cross on it, is that right?
That is correct.
What does that hat mean? Oh, sorry. Where's the... Oh, okay, good, thank you. Okay, cool. Okay, so you have this white hat with the red cross on. What does that mean?
First aid.
Was that your way of letting everyone know that you were there to treat people that had a medical situation?
Yes.
Did you ever treat anyone?
No, I did not.
So help me understand. Why wear a hat telling people that you're there to help when you're up on the roof and can't?
Providing aid for my guys up on the roof.
So your intent was to let the 3 or 4 other people that were going to join you on the roof know that if they needed help, you were there for them.
Correct.
Did you have medical supplies with you?
Yes, I did.
What kind of medical supplies did you have?
I had what's called an IFAC, an individual first aid kit, which has chest seals, clotting powder, tourniquet, and that's about it. A couple other medical supplies, gauze.
Did you ever have to use any of that?
No, I did not.
So it's fair to say that despite the chemical bomb, the bricks, and whatever else was going on at the car doctor location, no one in your group got injured.
No.
Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say yes.
You indicated that once you got up on the roof, you really weren't aware of where the defendant went the rest of the evening. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say yes.
You were asked earlier about Joseph Rosenbaum, and I just want to be clear. As you sit here today, a year after all this happened, you know who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
I do know, yes.
At the time, that night, had you ever heard that name before?
No, I did not.
And looking back, do you remember encountering him at all that night?
Not at all, no.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about Anthony Huber. You know who he is as you sit here today.
I do know, yes.
On that particular evening, did you have any idea who he was?
Nope.
Did you ever see him as far as you remember?
No, I did not.
Same thing with Gage Grosskreutz. You know who he is today.
Yes, I do today.
On that evening, had any idea who he was?
Nope.
Ever remember seeing it?
Nope.
So these rocks or chemical bombs or bricks or whatever was being thrown at you on the roof, you are not here telling us Joseph Rosenbaum was doing that, right?
Correct. I could not see who was throwing them.
You, and maybe I misheard you. I thought I heard you say at one point that you had non-lethal?
Yes, that is correct.
What do you mean by that?
Pepper spray and a pepper gun.
What is a pepper gun?
It shoots pepper spray out of it.
I just want to make sure I understand. You listed pepper spray and pepper gun. Are those two different things?
I believe at the time that I had it had pepper balls in it. I don't think it was actually like pepper gel. It was a pepper ball gun.
And that's something that you carried that evening because you could use that to defend yourself if there was a need.
Correct. Deter, not defend. Deter somebody. If the situation arose, I could deter whoever was coming at me.
Okay. Do you mean deter, like scare them off or
Correct.
ward them away?
Correct.
Did you ever have to use that?
No, I did not.
You indicated that after you heard the shootings, the defendant came back, you described what he looked like, and you said he just shot someone and that he had to, correct?
Correct.
Did he ever say who he shot?
No, he did not.
Did he ever say how many people he shot?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say anything about the condition, like whether those people were armed?
He did not say anything about them being armed.
Did he ever say that they threatened him?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say he feared for his life?
Do not remember.
Did he ever say anything about any weapons that he saw on any of the people that he shot?
No, I do not remember.
And he didn't tell you how many people he shot either?
No.
I was a little confused by the end of your testimony because in one statement you said you told him to go outside and turn himself in, correct?
Correct.
But in another statement you said you left because you were fearful the protesters were coming to that location.
I left after I told him that.
Okay. So help me understand, if the protesters are coming, you assume these protesters were coming to harm you or the defendant or members of your group, right?
Correct.
So putting the defendant outside was going to put him in danger, right?
Yes, it would have, yes. If the protesters were coming, yes.
Did you know whether they were coming?
I did not know whether they were coming or not.
From the roof, you could see the line of police cars along 60th at Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
So you knew the police were there.
Correct.
In fact, by that time of the evening, the police had pushed all the protesters south of 60th, right?
Correct.
There were no more protesters around that car doctor location, correct?
Correct.
As far as you could tell, there was no more danger to that building, fair?
Correct.
Why were you still there?
To just watch over the building the rest of the night. I mean, the prior nights, a lot of the stuff had died down, or so we had thought. There was fires around 8 o'clock the prior nights, and then later in the night, around 2 a.m. on the first night is when Car Source got lit on fire at 2 a.m.
So you were planning on staying all night?
Correct.
Up on the roof?
Correct.
But after the defendant comes back, you leave?
Correct.
Why?
I was in fear that the protesters or the crowd would retaliate or any means, and I, at that point, had deemed that building a lost cause.
If you didn't know how many people the defendant had shot, and you didn't know who they were, why did you assume it was the protesters that were going to be upset with the defendant at that moment?
I do not know.
You told someone else in your group, Joanne Fiedler, that the police were coming to the building, didn't you?
I do not remember.
So you never came back to that location and told Ms. Fiedler that the police were coming to the building, is that correct?
I do not remember. I mean, it's been over a year, so I do not remember.
Obviously, if you think the defendant should have turned himself into the police at that moment and the police were coming to that building, you would have wanted him to stay there, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
I just have a couple questions for you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Binger had asked you if there was ever a time that night at the car doctor that you felt it was appropriate or necessary that firearms would be used. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At any point on the 25th, were you ever at the car doctor? Were you ever attacked?
I was not.
Did anybody ever threaten to kill you at that location?
I do not recall, no.
Did anybody threaten to kill you to your face, meaning
No.
they walked up to you and said, "I'm going to kill you"?
No.
Did anybody chase after you that evening?
No.
I have nothing else.
Any question?
No.
You may step down, sir.
We would call Joanne Fiedler.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Oh, hello.
Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Joanne Fiedler, J-O-A-N-N, Fiedler, F-I-E-D-L-E-R.
And Ms. Fiedler, I don't need to know your specific location of address, but can you give us the city that you live in?
West Bend.
And how old are you, ma'am?
How old am I?
Yep.
56.
Relevant to that.
There isn't one, I guess. Sorry. Are you employed?
Yes.
And what do you do? I don't need to know where you work. Just can you tell me what
I
you
work
do?
in manufacturing.
You were, if I'm right, interviewed by the FBI as it relates to the incident on August 25th, 2020. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, if I could ask you, in the summer prior to August 25th of 2020, there's been conversations and testimony about civil unrest throughout the country. Was that something that you were paying attention to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what you were thinking about it, what, if anything, you did about it, things like that?
Well, I understood when BLM wanted to march, we were all with them and everything, but then they started destroying their own communities, and I didn't believe in that. That really struck me hard. And then the 71-year-old business owner that got beat down, that bothered me a lot. Veterans bother me a lot, and the elderly bother me a lot. And children, of course, too, but that just didn't sit right with me. And you keep hearing everybody always saying, somebody's got to stand up, somebody's got to stand up.
So was there anything based on your feelings that you did in relation to that?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there anything that you had actually done? Any groups that you started, anything
Oh,
you participated
yeah.
in as it relates to kind of what you were observing?
Yes. Actually, we started a patriot group. It's United Citizens for Patriotism. We wanted to show support for the country, support for the police, because they were asking to be defunded, support for all the emergency workers that were going out there into these riots, cleaning up, firemen, so just everybody that serves their country, our community services, and just show support for them. And we just stood out with our flags to let everybody know that we were thinking of them, we were there for them, We tried to do food drives. We tried to get the fire department involved. We got the police involved, but everything was limited, or they weren't able to bring out their trucks to do community things because of COVID.
And prior to August 25th of 2020, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you ever had, to your knowledge, any contact with him whatsoever?
No, none.
And so this group that you had talked about, that you had stood out and kind of waved flags, were there other people, relative or as it relates to this case, that were part of that group?
Yes. There was Dustin and Danton.
Okay.
So me and Danton more or less started it with another guy in the area, and then just more people came up to see what was going on and just talking to them and what we were standing there for. We met Dustin that way.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yeah, he had walked up one day when we were standing, I think 3 weeks or end of July, beginning of August, walked up in his military uniform and started talking to the guys. I didn't really have communication with him at that time, but he was talking to the guys and made friends with them.
So if I could then kind of direct your attention to 24th, 25th of August. Was there a time then that you had made a decision that you were going to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
And when was that, if you know, when was that decision made?
Just after seeing all the violence and the fires going on, I just got a phone call and said, hey, we're going to go down and help protect businesses. Do you want to come along?
And what date was that, if you remember?
I think it was the 25th, correct?
I'm not, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's the 24th or the 25th.
Okay. And based on that call that you got, was there some kind of plan put in place or some discussion about what you were going to do?
Not that I'm aware of, I just know we were driving down.
Okay. And who were you driving with?
I was driving with Danton Merritts.
And were there, so it was just the two of you?
Just the two of us to start, yes.
Okay, so you said just to start, were there other people that are relevant to this case that were part of that?
Yes, we met up at a park and ride and met Dustin and Ryan.
And that's Ryan Balch?
Yes.
And if you know, at about what time do you think that you met up with them at the park and ride?
5-ish.
Okay, so 5-ish on the 25th?
Yes.
And did you know of any specific location you were going or plan that was in place on what you were going to do when you got there?
I didn't really have the specifics. No, I didn't know of any plan.
So to be fair, you drive down with Danton Mertz.
Yes.
Where do you go in Kenosha? Do you remember?
Yeah, we came down Sheridan, and we wound up at the car source on 63rd.
And was that just you and Danton, or was Ryan Balch and Dustin also there?
With Ryan, Balch, and Dustin. They were in front of us. We were following them, so
And
they
to-
pulled in.
Sorry. And to your knowledge, was going to Car Source just kind of happenstance? Meaning, was it a plan that was in place, Tino?
To me, it was just a happenstance.
And when about what time do you think you got there?
It had to be at least 7-ish if I estimate the time, how long it takes to get here.
And when you got there, who was there?
Nick was there. He had the...
No, hold on. Nick is Nick Smith?
Yes.
Did you know Nick Smith before you got there?
No.
Okay, so you met Nick Smith that day.
Yes.
Okay, so Nick Smith is there.
Yes.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I seen him. We got out. He came up, introduced himself, and then we met. What Nick introduced us to was the owner of Car Source.
Okay. And do you recall that person's name?
I didn't. He gave me like the full Indian name. I wouldn't be able to repeat that. I don't recall.
Okay. When he was introduced to you, did he do anything? Did he just shake your hand? Did he just look at you? What did he do?
Oh yeah, he was happy to see us. He was crying. He was thanking us, and I even commented, I heard you had cars that burned down, because we did drive by that when we came up to that business. And he, excuse me, he had told us that he had over 100 cars that were burnt that night. So,
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. When you said he was crying, there's crying, happy crying, sad crying. Do you recall?
no, it was sad crying. He would, well, I don't know if it was sad or happy. I know he was happy to see us, but I know he's sad about his 100 cars, you know, the situation.
So, Exhibit 30, which is this picture, I just want to make sure you're the, if I'm right, you're the person third from the left.
Yes.
Is that right? You have the white hat on or
Yes.
helmet on?
Yes.
And is the person that's on the left of that picture, is that the person who you would say was crying, and is that who that
Yes,
is?
that's the man that Nick introduced as the owner.
And after you were introduced to the owner, what happened after that? Did he stay? Did he leave, if you know?
He just disappeared. I didn't see where he went. He just disappeared. We parked our cars and just met back there then.
Now, is this the location that you met Kyle Rittenhouse at?
Yes.
And I think you had said you had met him before, but was he there when you got there?
No.
So he showed up after you were already there?
Yeah, I believe we actually took 2 pictures before Kyle showed up.
And if you recall, of those people, who did he show up with, if you remember?
Dominic, which I think is on the right of Kyle.
The guy that's on the far right?
Yep.
Your far right?
Yes.
And was there, so after you take this picture, is there kind of a plan in place on what you all are going to do?
Just from what I remember, Nick wanted to split us up. He mentioned there was 3 businesses, and he wanted to split us all up, and one group go here, one group go there.
Did the person on the far left, the owner of the car source, did he ever tell you to leave? Did he ever say that to you?
No, not at all.
Did he ever tell you that you were trespassing and he didn't want you there?
No, not at all.
So you leave, and where do you go?
We walked up to the 59th in Sheridan business. It was kind of kitty corner where he had all the cars burnt down the night before.
Okay, and who, if you recall, went with you?
That was Nick and me and Dustin and Danton and Ryan. I think there was another kid in there which I don't recognize, and then Kyle and Dominic.
Now, if you know, was there any discussion about? You said that the owner said, or somebody said there were 3 locations. Was there a plan to protect all 3? Were you just assigned to one? Do you know how that kind of played out?
As far as I recall, it was just to protect the one on the 63rd in Sheridan, and the other one was on the 59th in Sheridan.
And you went to the 59th?
Yes.
So when you get to the 59th in Sheridan, are you armed?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you armed with?
I carry a .380 pistol.
Okay. So in that picture, is that pistol somewhere on your person?
I don't know if it was yet.
But you're not disputing that you had one?
No, I'm not disputing that at all.
Okay. And when you go to the 59th Street car source, where are you located? Meaning, we've heard testimony about people on the roof, people on the ground. Where are you?
Oh, I'm on the ground.
And can you tell us who else is on the ground with you?
Kyle, Dustin, Ryan. Yeah, the 4 of us were on the ground.
So how close to you is Mr. Rittenhouse at the 59th Street address?
Maybe 5 or 10 feet to my left.
So at that location, he's standing near you for at least a portion of the night?
Yes.
And when you see him at that location and he's with you, what is he doing? He being Mr. Rittenhouse.
To begin with, or?
Well, you guys are just there on 59th as the night is progressing, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing anything? Is he staying there? Is he leaving the property? What is he doing?
No, he was staying there. We were all staying there.
Okay. There's been conversations about, and I'll ask you if you look at that picture, there's that little orange box in front of him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time during that evening that you saw him doing anything other than simply standing there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was other people that did walk by before, like, the bigger crowd of the protesters came through, and he was offering medic services. We had a girl walk up that, I don't know if she broke her ankle or twisted her ankle, that he actually helped bandage her up so she could walk out because her boyfriend had to kind of carry her.
And when he did that, when he was doing that, did he ever ask you for any assistance in terms of, as it relates to his firearm?
Yes.
And what did he ask you to do?
He just asked me to hold on to his gun, and I did.
So he would take it off, if I'm hearing you right, he would take it off, and then while he was working on whoever had walked by and asked for help.
Yes.
And can I have the picture of Cordy? That evening, do you remember seeing the man in the front?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the man with the red shirt on.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know who he was that night?
No.
You didn't know his name?
No.
Okay. Do you remember him from that night?
Very distinctly.
Okay. Can you tell the people on the jury why you remember him?
I remembered seeing him with his red shirt, and the thing that caught me was the green earring. And this was when BLM had just come down in front of us, and there was some other gentlemen that were talking with Ryan. They were talking, things were calm, and then I saw him, and it was kind of a back and forth because I had some of the female protesters that were standing in front of me taunting me. So they were doing Black Lives Matter, right? And I just wasn't taking a side. I was just there to protect a business. So I would look and survey and go to them, and I would look and survey, and I would see Rosenbaum standing there. And I saw the plastic bags in his back pocket. I didn't know what it was. And then, can I go on?
Well, is there anything that he had said that evening that you took notice of or would remember?
Yeah, that's the part I was kind of getting to is,
Okay.
I know you guys call him Mr. Yellow Pants, and that's kind of what we called him. He jumped up on the car, and everybody started screaming, "Get off the car," and Black Lives Matter was screaming, and he was shouting, and Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he was gonna kill us motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers, and cut our hearts out.
That gentleman on the screen there said that?
Yes,
Okay.
multiple times.
And what was your group's response to that, if any, when he said that?
None. You kind of are frozen at the verbiage and the threats coming out of him. I mean, the whole night was quite shocking, but we didn't really do anything. We just kind of stood there. You have to ignore that.
Was there anything else that you saw him do that you remembered?
Yeah, Yellow Pants was screaming. I saw that. I was going back to the ladies that were taunting me and going back and looking at him. And as I looked at him, I saw his arm go up and like he lobbed something. And then within seconds, my eyes started watering, my nose started watering, I started coughing. I didn't know what a chemical bomb was. I didn't know. All of a sudden, I just heard guys screaming, chemical bomb, chemical bomb. And I just pulled my mask up.
Did you see him specifically throw something?
Yes.
Do you remember what it... I'll ask it to you this way. Do you remember what he... I'm not asking that you say he threw a bomb. I'm asking if you know what was in his hand that he threw.
Yeah, he went back and threw like that.
Do you remember what he threw? Meaning, did he throw a... What was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. That evening, did you, while he was in your purview, your sight, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse threaten anyone?
Oh, no.
Did you see him point his gun at anyone?
No.
Was there anyone there that had, I guess, strike that. After you see Rosenbaum, and he does what you say he does, do you see Kyle stay there, or does he leave that location?
It was later in the evening after the police finally moved him down. We were all standing outside because we kind of thought it was over. And then you just heard the ruckus going on down by the gas station. I think it's the Ultimate. And then we heard gunshots. And that's when Kyle and Ryan and Dustin and Lurk, I think his nickname was Lurk or Work.
Okay.
They left.
So, did you see? Well, I'll ask it to you this way. So you heard? Are you telling me that you heard gunshots and then Kyle left?
Yes.
And if you recall, how close in time was that to about 11:50, if you know?
Oh,
I'll ask it to you this way. How close was it in time, you know now, that Kyle ended up being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum and shooting him?
oh,
right?
that was way before.
Way before?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, later in the night, was there a time that you were aware that Kyle tried to get back to you
Oh, yes.
and couldn't?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a while. So we did see him because I was standing right along the wall, so I was like the first person when you came up to the business. So I was standing out front and I was watching because the Bearcats were all right there by the intersection and the gas station was right on the other corner. So he did come back. He had his hands in the air and he even said, "I'm working over at that business over there." I could hear him telling the police that. And they told him, "No, turn around, you can't go through, you have to get back." And we were even yelling, "Let him through, let him through."
Did you see him then turn around and go back?
Yeah, I thought he was gonna go back to the Ultimate gas station. It looked like he was going over there, so.
And is that the last time before the shooting that you saw him?
Yeah.
Now, from your location, you don't see what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, just let me finish, with Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, and Mr. Grosskreutz, right?
Yes, correct.
Do you see Kyle after that?
Yes, I do.
When?
I think after everything had happened, he had come back up. I heard from the guys on the roof, they're like, "Open the door, it's Kyle." So I opened up, because we had to keep the front door locked. I opened up the door and he kind of came running in and kind of fell into me, and there was a chair right there, so he sat down there. I saw him after everything had happened.
How did he look to you?
Totally in shock.
Can you give me some physical descriptors that would make...
Yes, I'm sorry.
Kind of you...
He was pale, shaking, kind of stuttering, stammering his words. He was sweating.
Do you recall him saying anything?
Yes, he had come in and he looked at me. He said right out that he had shot someone, and he kind of sat down in the chair and he was looking for his brother. He's asking for his brother Dominic, And he sat down, I remember him pulling his hair back, and he's pulling it back really hard, and just his comment was, my God, my life might be over. And we're just like, okay, calm down.
After he said his life might be over, did anybody ask him anything about the circumstances, about what had happened?
Yeah, Dustin had come in at that time, and Dustin had commented, Dustin was kind of...
I'm going to object to
Yeah,
your
don't.
statement.
Fair enough. I don't want to know what Dustin said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll ask it to you this way then. Did Kyle respond to anything that was said?
Yes,
What was that?
that was that he had to.
After he said that, do you know, did you stay? Did you leave? What happened?
No, he wanted his brother Dominic, and I know Dominic was on the roof. I took his gun. Like I said, he was just shaking, so I took his gun. I ran out back. I set his gun on one of the trucks out back, and then I went up the ladder and I called the guys and I yelled, Dominic, get down here. So he came down, and when I came back in, they were talking. And
You had, my last question or two is, you had said that you had you had climbed up a ladder to get up on the roof.
yeah,
You just said that. Okay. Do you know where those ladders came from?
no, I know we went into business when we first got there, and they were all in the back. So it's like a building, and then it's like a back parking lot that's fenced in.
Okay.
And in that back fenced-in areas where they have the sheds and all, and Nick went in there and pulled everything out, and that's how the guys that got up on the roof in the back.
During the evening, throughout the evening, was there a period of time that, other than doing medical work, that you saw Kyle doing anything else to kind of assist in the community?
Yeah, actually, me and Kyle ran, we ran, I think it's north. Is it this way up Sheridan? I can't see a
So
map.
hold on.
Sorry, my direction is a little off right now.
When you point, something I would do. So it's, if you can, are you going this way?
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm moving that. That would be, the parties will agree, I think.
Yeah,
That's
oh yeah, towards St. James Church.
all right.
So we ran up there because there was, they were starting a fire on the plywood doors. They had covered up all the doors, and they actually started, or whatever you call it, fluid, whatever you want to start a fire, they threw it all over that door, and we're trying to start the front door of the church on fire. So me and Kyle had actually run up to that area to try to put the fire out, but people that were running along with the protesters had gone up there and put the fire extinguisher out, and then we just walked back.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Fiedler, that last thing you told us about with the church, neither you nor the defendant actually put out any fire at the church.
No, not at the church, no.
Someone that was with the protesters did that.
I believe they're with the protesters.
You spoke to the FBI on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
I'm not sure about the date, but yes, I spoke with the FBI.
About 6 days after this all happened?
Yeah, probably, yes.
And you told them that you contacted the defendant's mother the morning after all this happened and told her to be strong. Is that right?
Probably, yes.
You also said that after this incident, you had been in contact with the defendant's attorney. Is that right?
No, I read that, and I don't know what he meant by that, because I wasn't. I've never spoke to him.
So you've read your statement to the FBI.
Yes.
That was a statement that was a summary of what you said to Special Agent Tim Walther on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that summary, it says that, in addition, Fiedler has been in contact with Rittenhouse's attorney, John Pierce, regarding the incident and has provided information she deems helpful to Rittenhouse's legal defense.
Actually, the only thing I ever sent was any kind of video that I had. That is it, which I didn't have much. I'm not a video person. So as far as verbal communication, no.
Did you provide video to the defendant's attorney?
I might have. I don't know if it was mine personally. I really don't remember because I don't even have it anymore.
But shortly after this incident, whether it was your video or someone else, you gave something to the defendant's attorney to help him. Fair enough?
Yes, I guess, yes.
And you don't have that video anymore?
No.
And you didn't provide it to the FBI?
That's not true. I gave them everything I had.
You gave them that video?
Yes, I gave them everything I had. I showed them my phone. I showed them anything I had.
You gave them text messages?
I gave them everything I had. So when you say that I gave something to the defense attorney, I don't think that was my video. I think it was probably a video I seen or something I passed along because I didn't take any video.
So it's fair to say that whatever you gave to the defense, you were trying to help the defendant, correct?
Yes, I was trying to help the case, not just the defense.
And you have watched a lot of the videos that have been put out on the internet of this evening, correct?
That is not true.
Have you watched any of them?
Yeah, I've watched some of them, yes.
The reason I ask is because you reference these words that Joseph Rosenbaum allegedly said to you and the members of your group. That's not on any video anywhere, is it?
No.
So you are from West Bend, correct?
Yes.
You don't live here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You don't work here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You've never worked at CarSource.
Nope.
Never bought a car at CarSource.
Nope.
Probably had never even heard of CarSource before all this.
No, I haven't.
You came down here that night with no plan of where you were going to be, what businesses you were going to protect, or anything along those lines. Fair?
I personally had no plan, correct.
You were coming down with a group of other people from the West Bend area, correct?
Yes.
You knew there was a curfew in place that night.
Actually, I didn't.
You knew that they were closing off the on-ramps off the interstate so
Yes.
people couldn't come in from out of town to our community like you, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that's why you came down a little earlier, to try and beat that, didn't you?
No, that is not true.
You brought along a .380 pistol.
Yes.
You were going to use that to protect property.
And myself, yes.
How were you going to use that pistol to protect property?
Sometimes a presence speaks louder than a lot of things.
The presence of what?
The presence of having the gun and being there at the business.
Were you openly carrying the gun?
Yes, I was.
So you didn't have it in a holster or in a
I
waistband?
did have it, yeah, I'm sorry. It was on my side in a holster.
But you figured if people saw that, they'd be scared off.
Somewhat, like I said, it's a presence. It's knowing that somebody's in the area, on the ground, standing there. It's kind of a deterrent to keep them away from the business.
And you'd agree with me that the AR-15s that the rest of the group had was an even bigger deterrent, correct?
A gun is a gun.
And, well, a gun's not just a gun. How many guns are you familiar with in your life?
Quite a few. We grew up with them.
Including rifles?
Rifles, shotguns, yes. Everything.
AR-15s?
Yes.
So you understand there's a big difference between an AR-15 and a pistol, correct?
Between an AR-15 and a pistol, yes.
There's a size difference. One's much bigger, correct?
They can all do the same thing.
One's much bigger, correct?
Size doesn't change what can happen or what it does.
Ma'am, did you hear my question?
Yes, it is much bigger, yes.
Can you please answer it?
I'm sorry, yes.
The AR-15 fires a different caliber than handguns, correct?
Yes,
It fires at a higher velocity, correct?
yes.
It is capable of doing damage to a target much farther away than a
Yes.
pistol, correct?
Yes.
In fact, AR-15 rounds are capable of penetrating body armor, correct?
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
So you followed this group of people coming down from the West Bend area to the 63rd Street car source, is that right?
Yes.
Before you got there, you had no idea where you were going, you didn't know anything about car source, anything like that. Fair to say?
Correct. Yes, correct.
You said at that time you met up with someone who identified themselves as the owner of that location?
Yes.
You personally didn't have any interaction with that owner, did you?
Yeah, I had a conversation with him.
Do you remember speaking with Steve Spingola, an investigator with regard to this incident?
I couldn't recall names, but
On September 8th, 2020, you had a phone call with him at about 5:30 p.m. Do you remember that?
no, I'm sorry, I don't recall what.
You said you've seen your statement to the FBI. Have you seen the statement that you gave to Investigator Spingola?
I guess not, no.
Let me, may I approach your honor?
Sure.
Well, I think you should first ensure that she acknowledges the conversation, because up to this point, she says she doesn't know if she had such a conversation, and
So I'm trying to help.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna show you. Ms. Fiedler, I'm going to hand you a document here. I'd like you to take a look at it. Take your time.
Okay.
And please let me know if you've ever seen that before. I'm not asking you if it's accurate, ma'am. I'm just asking if you've seen it before.
Well,
No, I've never seen this.
Okay, fair. That's answered my question. Thank you.
Yep.
You told this individual, Mr. Spingola, that you didn't have any interaction with the owner of CarSource that night, didn't you?
No, I don't even recall the conversation, and that's not true.
You decided that night that you were going to protect the location at 59th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Well, that was decided for us, but yes, that was the end plan, yes.
Who decided that?
I believe that was the owner and Nick Smith.
That was the first time that night that you'd ever met Nick Smith?
Yes,
You didn't know anything about him before?
nothing.
And yet, based on his decision and the owner's decision, you agreed voluntarily to go to the 59th Street car source to protect it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Nobody made you do that.
No, correct.
You indicated at one point that the defendant asked you to hold on to his gun while he was helping someone. Is that right?
Yes.
Hey, can we get that? Do we have it with us? The gun? Can you get it out, please? Do you recall how the defendant was wearing that gun that night?
He had the strap around his shoulder and body, and then the gun pointing down.
Is it fair to say that the gun was sort of hanging down the front of his body in the middle?
I think when he was walking, yeah, but I know when he was standing there, he would always have a hand across the front of it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm going to ask Detective Howard to hold on to that gun and show you. Check it again, please. Have you both confirmed that it is safe? Okay. Could you stand back a little bit, Detective Howard? I want you to be where the jury can all see you. Why don't you step a little bit this way? Ms. Fiedler, can you tell us in your own words, and I'll try and have Detective Howard sort of demonstrate, how was the defendant holding that AR-15 when he was on the 59th Street property, if you know?
Well, the strap was over his shoulder.
Okay.
Yep, around your neck.
Would the gun hang loose, or would he hold on to it?
Just like that.
Okay. So holding it with his right hand on the pistol grip,
Yes.
and sometimes holding it with his left hand or not? Depending?
That could be, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's how
But when
he was
it
holding it.
when it came time for him to help someone out, he took it off and asked you to hold on to it? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. You indicated that there was a time in which some females came to the property and were taunting you. Is that
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And you indicated that they were chanting Black Lives Matter at you?
Yes.
And you took that to be them taunting you?
No, they were saying other things.
Okay. You'd agree with me, though, the only thing you've told us so far is the words Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but I could go into the whole story, but we'd be here for a while.
You also said that there was a man wearing yellow pants who jumped up on a car. Is
Yes.
that right? Was that one of the cars that was on the lot?
Yes.
And the members of your group told him to get off the car, didn't
Yes.
they? And in fact, pointed a gun at him while telling him to do that, correct?
He pointed his gun at us first.
Oh, the man in the yellow pants had a gun?
Yes, he had a gun. He
And
had
then-
a couple guns.
And then your group pointed guns back at him.
I don't know who pointed a gun at him. I don't know if they did or not. I didn't. I was busy watching my areas.
So you indicated earlier that you brought along your pistol to protect yourself and property. Is that right?
Yes.
How were you going to use it to protect property?
It is lawful to be armed while protecting one's property. It is not lawful to use deadly force in the protection of property. And it's important that we not get confused.
And I'm not trying to confuse the issue, Your Honor. I'm asking how she was planning on using the pistol to protect the property.
Judge, that's been asked and answered.
I don't believe, I was going to come
Go
back
ahead.
to it. How are you going to use that pistol to protect property?
Like I said, it's a deterrent.
You weren't planning on firing it to protect property, were you?
No.
You weren't planning on aiming it at anyone to protect property, were you?
No.
You indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum made some statements, and I'm not going to repeat them all, but you indicated that no one in your group responded to anything he said. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's very fair.
You said you pretty much have to ignore that, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say you didn't consider him an actual threat to your safety at that moment, did you?
Not for the distance and for the group that was around, no.
Mr. Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Would you agree with that?
I didn't hear him babbling. I just heard him, well, I don't know if babble's a good word, if I may. He was just bitching.
He was a little guy, right?
I thought he was like the same height I am, but
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4.5".
You said Mr. Rosenbaum's arm went up and he might have thrown something, but you have no idea what it was, correct?
Correct.
You were then asked about a period of time in which the Kenosha police pushed the crowd past the 59th Street location. Do you remember that part of the evening?
Yes.
And this is the time period when the defendant has gone south of 60th, and you said he tried to come back at one point, etc. You remember that time period in the evening?
Yes.
There were no protesters around 59th Street after the police pushed them back at that time, correct?
That's not totally true. There was an empty lot directly across the street from us, and there were protesters that were walking on the other side of the barricades. The police were screaming at them to get away from there, and they just kept walking through.
After the police pushed the crowd south of 60th, did any protesters come and stand in front of the 59th Street car source?
After they pushed them past
Yeah.
60, they didn't push them past 60, past the gas station.
Let me make sure I'm being clear here.
Okay.
Ms. Fiedler, I'm going to use the pointer here on the map behind you.
Okay.
And just, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this map, so let me,
Yes,
there's a location on the map that is marked car source, and that is on the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. You'd agree with me that that's the property that you were at the whole evening, correct?
That's south, the one you were pointing at?
I'm pointing, you can see where I'm pointing.
Yes.
That is on the southwest corner
Oh, I'm sorry.
of 59th Street and Sheridan Road.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that's the property you were at all evening, correct?
Yes.
And there's a time when the police move down Sheridan past that location south and establish a line of armored and police vehicles here across the intersection of 60th and Sheridan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
After that, no protesters come back to 59th Street, correct?
No, that's not true.
You talked about the time when people were walking through the pile of rubble. Is that right?
No, I didn't mention that.
What protesters came out and stood in front of 59th Street car source after the police pushed them past?
They didn't, well, the police also turned their Bearcats around and backed up, and all the protesters then came at us, and bricks were flying, bombs were flying, everything. They came at us with full force. That's why I had to go inside.
Okay. And I apologize. I probably have not explained myself properly. Let's go to the end of the evening. You remember the defendant coming back, the shootings, all that. Leading up into that, the few minutes before that, that was the second time that the police had pushed everybody down to 60th, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm talking about that period of time, at the end. After that, when the police come by that final time, the protesters have all been cleared south of 60th, correct?
No.
You remember protesters around 59th Street car source after
We
that?
were pelted for almost the whole night from after the Bearcats backed up. They came and they bombarded us, and then they left again because we had come out again and they heard shootings and some other people had left, but then they came back at us, and I was inside the building basically probably the rest of the evening.
You testified in response to one of the defense attorney's questions that you thought it was over when the police pushed the protesters south.
Correct. And they stopped there. That was before they had backed up. We had thought it was over.
Okay. So you talked about the defendant returning to the 59th Street car source location.
Yes.
Correct? Now let's be clear. You never saw any of the shootings in this case.
That's correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge about any of that stuff, fair to
No.
say?
Yep, none.
I will
You've been
put
asked
you
about
through that
Mr.
fucking wall!
Rosenbaum. At that evening, you had no idea what his name was.
Correct.
You've described what you saw about him that night, correct?
Yes.
As you sit here today, you know there's a person by the name of Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
That night, you never saw him once, correct?
No, I don't. No, I have not.
Okay. You'd agree with me it's correct. You've never
Yes,
seen
I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct.
You know now, today, there's a person by the name of Gage Grosskreutz. Is that
Correct.
yes?
Correct.
That night, never saw him, had no idea who he was, correct? You indicated that when the defendant returned to your location, he said to you that he had shot someone. Is that right?
Correct.
Meaning one person.
That's what
Dumbass!
someone is, I guess.
He never said to you he shot 3 people, did he?
No.
He never told you that any of those people had a gun, did he?
No, he didn't really describe anything about what had happened.
He never told you that any of those people threatened him in any way, did he?
Nope.
He never told you that any of those people had any weapons on them, did he?
No.
Correct?
Correct. I'm sorry, he did answer.
There came a time in which Nick Smith came back to that location and said the police were coming, correct?
Yes.
And after that, all of you got out of there, correct?
Not immediately.
In your FBI statement, you said, soon after, Nick came into the location and stated that police were coming to the building. Everyone then left the building, correct?
No, I had to go get the guys off the roof.
But then everybody left, correct?
We came down and everybody else that was down there previously was gone, yes.
Including the defendant,
Yes.
after hearing that police were coming, correct?
I thought they left with Nick. I didn't know.
I have nothing further.
I just have a couple questions for you, man.
Okay.
You were asked about Mr. Rosenbaum, and there was questions about how you would describe him and how others had described him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any direct contact with Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, it was just that when we were standing at the 59th Street, just seeing him when Yellow Pants was jumping on the car.
So Mr. Rosenbaum had never directed, if I'm right, had he ever directed any threat specifically to you?
No, not specifically to me.
Had he ever physically ran after or chased you?
No.
When you said that you were being harassed, or I think that's the word you used.
Taunted.
Taunted, sorry. What were some of the things they were saying to you?
They were calling me out. Come on, Blondie, come on out here. Not so tough, put your gun down. As soon as I didn't give them their power sign, they just got a little bit more aggressive. Because they were actually kind of friendly at first. Everything was very friendly at first.
When you, Mr. Binger said you never actually saw Mr. Rosenbaum throw anything. Remember him asking or saying that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Is this fair? After you saw his arm move, did you see a gas bomb explode?
I believe that it landed on the roof. I don't know because immediately, like, the eyes started watering, the noses started running. So I can't say that I saw anything like that, no.
And Mr. Binger was asking you questions about you never, what Mr. Rittenhouse didn't say when he got into the building, right? He didn't tell you specifics about what happened. Is that true?
Correct.
But he did say that he had to do it. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Any question?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, ma'am. Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
All right, it's break time. What should we watch? What should we watch? What do you guys want to watch during the break? Let's see. Oh, so I was still watching Crowder Watch. I'll show you this. I was going to show it later on my show, but this part is funny. Hold on. This is like really funny what they did here. Let's see. I'll show it right here.
Yes. Well, it's less a speech and more a music video, but it's important.
Oh.
This is hilarious. I was laughing.
The world is dying unless I can save it. Thunberg, fear the Thunberg. I was lightning and then Thunberg, Thunberg, fear the Thunberg. Lightning and the Thunberg. Kids were laughing in my classes. While polar bears were dying by the masses. Look at you. Who do you think you are? Driving that big shiny car. Do you want me?
We have a
Are you
I intend to offer them as the next 6 sequential exhibits.
Well, I just labeled A through E.
Yeah, I love Dave. I want to go to one of his comedy shows. He was just here in California, too. No, that's Steven from Steven Crowder, Brad. Dude, this guy, just get rid of the comb over, bro. It's not working for you. Why don't you go? Remember that stuff where it was like a spray can and you could spray it on your head and it looked like you had a full head of hair?
Get in the record. Any objection to the receipt of these photographs?
I understand.
Dude, you're a lawyer. Don't you make enough money to get hair implants?
They're exhibits. The reason I had them prepared.
Actually, he's pretending to be Greta's older sister.
Okay, go back to your mics. Go back to your mics.
The state doesn't object.
All right. I received these. This is not an unusual practice that I will have a photograph taken either by one of the litigants or myself, so that it's better in the record than just somebody trying to describe what's being portrayed. So I had the photographers who were kind enough to take these pictures, and they are now exhibits A through E. In the record, is there any objection?
No. No.
And they are exhibits in the case which you may use if you wish. Okay.
Right on, 3M Patriot or 3P Patriot.
I didn't say that, but how about Friday? How about 2:45?
Thank you. So we'll be back in 14 minutes. All right, here. You know what? Just because I'll start it over. He is pretending to be Greta Thunberg's older sister. Let's see.
Here, I guess I don't even know. It's like, how do you fact check this? Have any countries drowned? Are there any countries that haven't learned how to swim yet?
Do we have any Atlantises out there?
Yeah. Is it? Are they? So by
Yes. Well,
gone by now, but now by 2060, you can be sure they're not going to be able to tape any more bloodlines.
I have a speech prepared for this.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, it's less a speech and more a music video, but it's important.
Oh.
The world is dying unless I can save it.
That just makes me laugh every time.
Thunberg, fear the Thunberg. I was lightning and then Thunberg, fear the Thunberg. Lightning and the Thunberg. Kids were laughing in my classes. While polar bears were dying by the masses. Look at you. Who do you think you are? Driving that big shiny car. Do you want me? Are you thirsty? Do you want to see what's in me? Why?
Okay.
Why did you stop that before the sexy part?
Well, you know what? I know you're 18 now, but
I can't see anymore. I'm blind.
You still can't put a price on life experience.
I'm gonna do it here then.
No, stop it.
No.
Hear the Thunberg,
Nope.
lightning, and the Thunberg. Ooh.
Why am I cutting back to it? I can't.
Daddy.
Dave
Daddy's been dirty. It says back off, man. I'm a scientist.
Oh, okay.
It's from a movie because I'm going to turn back into Dave now.
Okay.
Because this wig is itchy.
All right. Okay. Let's cut away from please.
All right, hold on. Don sent me a video. Is it safe to play on here, Don? What's the video about? Let's see. What's the song? See, I might get copyright for the song. Will I? Oh, maybe not.
An open window.
If I get in
a
trouble.
novel. A couple.
What the fuck is this on his face right here? What, did like a squirrel bite him or something like that? Or her? I guess it's a her, right?
Holding hands. An avocado. A poem written in the sand.
No. I don't want to see that.
Fresh fallen snow on the ground. A golden retriever in a flower crown. Is this heaven? Or is it?
Oh my gosh. So is this supposed to be is this person consider themselves a woman? Is that what this is? Like, seriously, I'm just curious. And if you consider yourself a woman, why do you have a beard? Like, are they supposed to make like women having a beard a thing now? I don't know who this is. This is something that Don sent me. All I know is I hope they keep that flannel on.
Just a white woman's Instagram. White woman's Instagram. White woman.
Oh, okay. So he's singing "It's a White Woman." Okay. I think what's going on is it's a white woman's Instagram. They're trying to show how women just sit there and, oh, look at me, and oh, look at me on my Instagram, right? Hold on, you know what? Let me add my. Let's see. Let me add my face to this. You guys might as well see me, right? Am I in the corner? There we go. Ooh, I'm way too big, and that's what she said. Ooh, speaking of hats, I got my new Dodgers hat coming in soon. I cannot wait. Who the fuck is calling me? Potential spam. Hold on, you guys want to mess with the spam? Let's mess with them. Hello? Oh, man, they hung up. I hate it when they hang up. Gosh darn it. They didn't say a fucking... Did they say a word before I put my headphones on? I hate spam. I always like messing with them, Like, one time I gave them, like, 5 different credit card numbers. And then finally they're like, are you sure? Are you all right, sir? I'm like, yeah, I'm just not going to give a dumbass person that just called me out of the blue my fucking credit card number. No, I think what this is, they're just trying to make fun of white women's Instagram pages, because they're just like, oh, look at me. Look at me. Oh, Julius, are you still in here? Because if Julius is still in here, by the way, I'm going to show him. He was saying, I think he said he wanted to spend up to $5,000 for a drone. And we were looking at drones, and my drone is now no longer for sale because they now have the new Mavic 3 drone. So the new Mavic 3 drone is here. And by the way, guys, Christmas is coming. So if anybody wants to spend some money and buy Eddie the brand new drone, well, oh, you can't get this version yet. Here it is, Julius. If you're here, it is $4,999. Whoops, I'm not adding it. Don't put it in my cart. I'm not putting this on, dude. My credit card. No, thank you. Delete. Oh wait, there we go. Remove. No, thank you. I can't afford that thing. Well, I mean, I could probably put it on payments, but why am I gonna buy something on credit card? I already have a drone too, a Mavic 2, but I would like to have it. I'm not gonna lie. If somebody wants to buy it from me, I'm not gonna bitch about it. What's up, Gonzo girl? Hiding on us. So let's see what comes with the $5,000 package. Let's see, geared towards professional content creation. So I looked at this. I actually watched it. The biggest thing the reason why this one's $5,000 when you can buy this the Mavic 3 here for $2,100 is because this one, the $5,000 one, it comes with 1 terabyte of internal data storage, whereas the Mavic 3 doesn't. And this one also comes with the remote control. See this thing right here? You're paying extra money for this remote control, which they all come with a remote control. You just have to hook it up to your your phone, or like I hook mine up to my iPad. But here you go, Julius. If you want to spend $5,000 on a drone, this is the one you want. And I think they said it can go 15, not 15 miles, but 15 kilometers. How far is 15 kilometers? That's what, like 5 or 6 miles, something like that. What is 15 kilometers? Let's see. Are we on the right one? Cinema combo. Also, you get the ProRes camera. You get a much better camera, I should say, honestly. Let's look at the specs. Here we go. It also goes a little bit faster. Like mine, See, it says maximum speed 47 miles per hour. Really? Maximum ascent speed 17 miles per hour. Maximum wind resistance. Let's see. Flight ceiling 3.7 miles. That's maximum flight time 46 minutes. Maximum. Let's see. Flight ceiling 3.7 miles. Okay, so it can go almost 4 miles. But here's the deal. It says you can go 4 miles, right? Almost. But by law, you cannot fly this drone farther than you can see. I watched a video on this thing though. It is awesome. It is very awesome. I would love to have this thing, but yeah, it's not in the cards for me. All right, let's go back to YouTube. Let's see what we can watch on YouTube. Let's see. Here, you guys want to see just the intro to my crazy cripple life? This is my other channel that I just kind of started. And basically it just shows my daily life. I'll show you just an intro to it. I won't make you watch the whole damn thing, because I don't want to watch the whole damn thing. My name is Eddie Block. I was born with 8 birth defects. Agnes Gibney. My dad was exposed to Agent Orange during the Vietnam War, and he passed that on to me. I've had a rough life. I started out in a wheelchair. I've had more than 60 operations to get me walking. Now I'm back in a mobility scooter. But I don't let that get me down, and neither should you. Welcome to my crazy cripple life. So basically, it's just what I do every day. Just stupid stuff. Let's see. Ooh, I gotta start watching some of these, because I just got my, I have this car, this Trax, no, I don't have the T-Max. I got the Revo. I have this guy right here. I don't know what this all means, but I've never even driven it. I'm going to start putting it together. I ordered gas for it.
The why, you're going to try something different, so I'm going to throw it in there.
Like a year ago.
Haven't seen a great video on how to do the conversion.
That is not the Revo that I have. Let's see. I got the Revo 3.3. I got a newer one though. I bought mine. I think I bought mine in 2017, to be honest with you. This is the one I have right here. I can't wait to drive it, especially out here in the mountains. Oh yeah, we got awful lots around here. Actually, that drone law is not a California law. That drone law is actually a full-on. That's just a nationwide law. You have to go to pilot school. Like, so check this out. If anybody puts up a video on YouTube of them flying their drone, you actually have to have a pilot's license. It's against the law to put anything on YouTube unless you got a pilot's license. That's just it's the laws they have. And I gotta be honest, I'm kind of for drone laws, and here's why. They could be dangerous. I mean, especially like up here, we have helicopters flying over, freaking you have helicopters flying over, and the drone could get in the way. Like that video they showed during the trial. You're not allowed to fly your drone at night. You have to apply for a special permit to fly a drone at night. And I'm pretty sure that person did not fly their drone at night. Or get a permit to fly their drone at night, right? So, and just saying, I've learned this because we got in a lot. Ben and I have gotten in trouble for flying our drone where we shouldn't have. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this was a good fight. I'm not gonna show it because. Oh wait, no, that's a different fight. I thought they were showing the fight from just recently. But yeah, It's just, yeah, even on your own land, Eric, it's airspace. You're in the air. Now, my mini drone, I have a Mavic Mini. That was the first drone I bought. It's under 250 grams, I believe it is, and you don't need a license for that. But here's the deal: any video you put on the internet, you have to have a license to put it on there. Oh yeah, drone racing is bad. I don't think I could do it though. I don't think I could do it. Like, see, this potato jet guy, he shows us. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for showing his video, but like he shows us.
So here it finally is, the DJI Mavic 3 Cine. This is the
drone.
But I just love having a screen built into the controller. That's just one less thing to plug in and turn on and set up. I'm gonna get this all charged up, and I want to test out.
This guy
Get that motor overloaded message that you sometimes get. So the top lens is locked in at f4.4 on that half-inch sensor, but the bottom one does give us that f2.8 to f11, which is what we got on the Mavic 2 Pro. So it's nice to still see that we still get that aperture control. That definitely gives it an edge over something like X4, and notice it goes from 4 to 7, and when that 4 to 7,
he's showing you what it
just my shutter speed, I just don't know what it's doing, and a lot of times I feel like
I would love to have the drone. I'm not gonna lie. I like new stuff. I'm like a kid, right? When I was a kid, my stepdad and I, we used to what do you call it? Like we used to race RC cars, and I'm trying to think which it was bowling. We had a bowling invader, and I think it came with a sticker that said, "He who dies with the most toys win." And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I kind of live by that theory. Biden celebrates infrastructure vote with new challenges ahead. I can't believe they passed that stupid thing. Let's see. State Department holds press briefing about U.S. restarts travel by vaccinated people. Hopefully they just come and leave. Let's see. Part 2. Police chief investigated by the police for planting a camera. Interesting. As you can tell, I like watching poker. I like playing poker. Live ammunition versus dummy bullets. Guy who knows he's in a bait car. Oh, remember that show Bait Car? That was pretty cool. What Jetson won? Sagittarius dog or dad? What are you talking about? The Jetson drone? Are you talking about a Jetson drone? Let's see. World War II documentary explained. I might have to watch that just to see what it's all about. $100,000 Jeep flooded by the river. I know, we just got my stepdad's Jeep back. I don't know. What can we show ya? What can we show you? Cleanest way to organize tools. Foam storage. No, I gotta start working on my 3D printer. I'm gonna start getting it out. Just trying to see what I can show you without getting into like copyright. Oh, I love watching Porch Pirate shit. The trial's back? Still says it's not, guys. Let me refresh unless I'm like frozen or something. Nope, it's still not back yet, guys. Who's back? Remember when I used to have the camera in my alley catching the people pissing and pooping?
Who's the bitch? Who's the fucking faggot? Who's the little bitch ass faggot?
One man drone, look out the
Come on!
Still no trial, guys.
Come on, you faggot ass fuck! No, come on! Come on! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I don't know, you think he's pissed at the people in this house? Ex-girlfriend? What do you think? Ex-girlfriend or a friend that fucked his girlfriend?
Come on!
What do you guys think? You hear the trial? I'm on the trial, bro. Let me refresh it. Nothing there. Let me hit the live button just in case. No, we're live.
Do me a favor, open the door. Let him in.
Did you guys see the one where the guy was licking the camera?
That thing just moved, dog. I was just leaving a flyer. Maybe it follows me. That's sick. That's creepy as fuck. I heard it move.
No, you just heard it turn on. It's a Ring camera. I know what those sound like.
Quit watching me, dog.
Well, then stay off my property, dude. I wonder what's under. Oh, shit! Somebody was texting and driving.
What was that?
Oh, they're trying to take off.
Oh, crap.
Oh, shit, they're trying to take off. Hit and run.
Oh, he's running.
Hope they got his license
He's
plate.
running.
Okay, what are we zooming in on? I thought the person in the car?
Yo, you better get the fuck out of my house, bro. You got 5 seconds.
Mine's got an alarm on it.
I got 2. What are you doing in my house, bro? Get the fuck out of there.
I got the wrong yard, bro.
I got the wrong yard. Yeah, right. Walking around out in public with the flashlight and a mask. Oh, see, there he turned on the alarm. Still not back yet, guys. I gotta put up all my Ring videos on one thing. I got some funny ones. Like, hey, you stupid punk. This kid's stupid. He's touching stuff with no gloves on. Like you don't got a police record, bro. Oh, let me check the trial real quick. Still off. Porch Pirates. That time's coming up soon too, folks. If you're getting mail at your house, get one of these cameras. I love my Ring camera. They're the best. Catch you later, Andy. We'll see you tonight. Still no trial.
Meep, meep.
Now what I would do is be waiting to watch for a car to drive by. Trial's on. Alright, let me hit refresh, guys. It's not on this channel. Let me try a different channel. Hold on. I mean, not unless they messed up. Let's see, where am I? Let's try this one. Oh, they're coming back now. Let me find a better one.
Your Honor, if the record reflects that Mr. represented by Terry Rose, and Rose attorneys. Thank you.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Why is PBS not doing it? That's weird.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Nathan DeBruin, D-E-B-R-U-I-N.
Mr. DeBruin, where do you, not your
All right,
address,
turn
but
up
where
my
do you
mic,
reside?
turn up my Kenosha.
And are you employed in a local business?
In the area.
Okay. And do you have any hobbies?
Photography and photojournalist.
Okay. And are you what would be considered a freelance photojournalist?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of those duties, did you come down to the Kenosha demonstrations and riots?
I did.
Okay. And could you describe for the jury, please, what was the first night, Sunday night, like?
There was a lot of people. I started capturing pictures over by the Jacob Blake's residence. there was a lot of police presence over there. So I started over there, and it eventually went down to the area of Civic Park.
Okay. And now, on that night, was there a lot of property destruction?
On Sunday?
Yes.
Not necessarily property, I would say.
Okay. Well,
I saw a lot of police cars damaged, and police, like sheriff vehicles damaged.
okay. And where was most of that damage centered, if you know?
I don't know the avenue, by where the Jacob Blake's, like where the original situation happened.
Okay. Did you spend any time in downtown, in Civic Park?
I did.
Anything like that? Was there any damage or destruction down there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the night, the second night, which would be Monday night, did you come down and cover the civil unrest?
I did.
Okay. Was that night different than the first night?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury that difference, please?
The difference was there was a lot of vehicles that the city used as barricades that were ended up being torched, lit on fire. There was a heavy police presence. Also, when the police were present, there was a lot of rioters, protesters throwing objects at the police.
And during the night of the 24th, you took a lot of still photographs?
Yes, I did.
And you also took video photographs, correct?
Yes, I did.
And a lot of those still photographs and video photographs were of interest from that evening to law enforcement regarding the arson that was occurring in the community, correct?
Correct.
And you provided all of your information to the ATF, FBI?
Yes, I did.
You let them download your cameras and phones?
Yes.
And eventually that same information was turned over to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you met with Detective Howard sitting at the table?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you told him about your observations of that evening?
I did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were able to tell the story through pointing at pictures that had date stamps, times, and you were able, because you're a resident, able to tell places.
Objection, leading.
Rephrase your question.
When you took a photograph, did you know where it was taken?
I did.
Did you know what time it was?
I did.
How'd you do that?
The time stamp on the camera.
Okay.
And then my knowledge of being a resident in the city most of my life.
Okay. And you're the first witness that has ever done this, but you brought your own exhibits, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I didn't ask you to do that?
You did not.
Okay. And there's a series of like 24 big photographs that I'm going to go through with you. Do you know who took these?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 111. Could you tell me what that is?
I am standing on the corner of Ruther Central High School parking lot, just about to walk towards Sheridan Road.
And what does that picture depict?
The police lining up as they started to clear out Civic Park.
Do you know what time that is about?
9:03. So I do believe 10:03 because my camera was off 1 hour.
And you and Detective Howard worked out that problem, correct?
Yes, we did, but it's not going to reflect on this.
Okay. Because your times were off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Compared to all the other evidence?
Yes.
And you know how that happened?
Yes, because just prior to that, I was on vacation in South Dakota.
Okay, and that's in a different time zone?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 112. Could you tell me what that is?
I'm moving closer towards Sheridan Road. I'm now on the corner of Ruther Central High School on the grass just before going onto the sidewalk, and the police are closing the gap on Sheridan Road.
What night are all these exhibits taken?
August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked on the front as Defense Exhibit 113. Could you tell me what that is?
I am now on Sheridan Road, and hugged up against Ruther Central High School.
Does Ruther Central High School have any significance to you?
I did. That was my high school.
Okay. And this photograph would be looking down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction from your point of view?
Yes, it is.
And what does it depict in the back part of the photograph?
Like you saw in the two photographs earlier, the police were still in Civic Park. Now the police lined up actually on Sheridan Road.
Okay. And there are other individuals, demonstrators or rioters or whatever you want to call them, and they're more to the right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Could you hand that to the judge? Showing you it's been marked as exhibit defendants 114.
I am still advancing southbound on Sheridan Road, and I captured a photo when the police started using the tear gas bombs. I don't know the technical term.
Can you tell me what time that is?
That is at 9:43.
And that's 9:43 real time.
Yes, I do believe.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked. Let me back up a second. Through your involvement in this case, reading things, you became aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
Yes.
You became aware of the significance of him.
Yes, I did.
And you went over that with Detective Howard from the Kenosha Police Department.
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as on the front, defendants exhibit 115. Could you tell me what that is?
That is a picture of a cone that is on fire with Rosenbaum with his hands up with his, what I assume to be a bag that you just got out of jail with at the time, in an angry stance.
Okay. And where is Mr. Rosenbaum standing?
The Ultimate gas station.
Okay. In the street?
Yes, just off of the driveway to go into Ultimate Gas.
Okay. And in the fore of the picture, there's some people trying to get some cones burning?
Correct.
And everybody's attention seems directed at somebody or something. Do you know who that is or what it was? Your Honor, I wasn't quite done with the
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody seems to be looking in a general northerly direction, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who or what they're looking at?
There was recently a dumpster fire that was on fire. I do believe that was before this.
Okay. 116, once again.
Once again, there is some protesters, rioters, adding to the fire, adding more cones to make the fire bigger, with Rosenbaum in the back still screaming, and almost in the exact same location.
Yeah, what time is that?
That is at 10:08.
Defense Exhibit 117, what does this depict?
This is a garbage can that was just recently on fire, and a gentleman, I do not know who it is, holding a loaded pistol.
And did you see him, what was he doing with the pistol? He's just walking around with a pistol out?
When people in the Ultimate Gas Station started arguing and things started heating up, he pulled out his pistol from his waistband, cocked it, and held it at his side.
When you say cocked it, describe that for the jury.
He took it from his waistband and loaded it, pulled the rack back, and it was armed then, ready to shoot.
Directing your attention to Defendants Exhibit 118, what does that show?
So there was a time where the police pushed us towards the Ultimate Gas Station, but then they retreated, and that's when the rioters and protesters advanced again back northbound on Sheridan Road, so closer back to Ruther Central High School. But in this photo, this is a photo of Rosenbaum walking to the St. James lot that was under construction at the time, and this is where, just before he tips over a porta potty.
Okay, and just so this record is, you're not just taking pictures of Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
I am not. I
Okay.
did not know who he was.
Okay, you're just taking pictures of everything you see that interests you?
Correct.
And then later on, you turn those over to the state, the ATF, and you go through them and you start seeing what you think might be important. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
And could I have a time on Defendants 118?
10:15 p.m., August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 119. Could you tell me what that is?
This is Mr. Rosenbaum with another gentleman who I do not know, tipping over a porta potty that was in the St. James lot that was under construction at the time.
And so, where is the St. James lot, as you refer to it, in relationship to Car Source at 59th?
It is directly next to it.
Okay, it's right across the street?
There is a road, and then the Car Source.
And that porta potty had been in an upward position?
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Rosenbaum and this masked individual tipped it over and threw it over the fence?
They did.
And what were they trying to do to it once they got it out in the road?
It looked like they were going to use it as a barrier.
Okay. And in that picture, describe Mr. Rosenbaum's clothing.
He has, it looks like black shorts on, a reddish t-shirt, a blue bandana wrapped around his entire face, and he's holding a plastic bag in his right hand.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 120. Tell me what that depicts.
This is a trailer that was also in the St. James parking lot at the time. After they flipped over the porta potty, they went back for a trailer, and Mr. Rosenbaum helped pull and push this trailer out to the road that was eventually tipped on its side and lit on fire.
And when you took the picture, did you know what they were going to do with the trailer?
I did not.
Did you see any chains or anything like that on that trailer?
Direction leading.
Did you notice anything on that trailer that might later be used as a weapon?
Direction leading.
You rephrase your question. It is leading. A leading question is one that's, we talked about that already. It's leading.
Did you notice anything on that trailer? I'll ask it this way. Did Mr. Rosenbaum get anything from that trailer?
Yes, he did. Once it was out in the middle of the road and set on its side, there was chains dangling from what I perceived the front end of the trailer that you would connect to a vehicle. There was multiple chains hanging from there, and he armed himself with a chain.
Okay, those are what would commonly be used to take the trailer and you hook it from the trailer to a vehicle that's going to tow it, so if it were to separate,
yes, sir,
it's a protective chain, correct?
Yes, sir.
These aren't thin little chains?
No.
And you personally saw him take those?
Yes.
Could I have a time on that, please?
August 25th, 10:16 p.m.
Is that time the South Dakota time or our time?
I can look at the report when I'm done and clear that up.
Well, why don't you clear it up now? So we are clear on that.
Testified earlier, all of these markings on the back, the times, are off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and they're on South Dakota time?
Correct.
And that's because you come back from a vacation?
Yes, sir.
So if it were to say on the back of these, because they were printed off from a computer?
Yes.
And the number up here, the back of has a JPEG number?
Yes.
So the computer just printed out this label, correct?
No, I made that label.
Okay. But you printed it out to match the time?
Yes.
Okay, so if a time is 8:11 p.m., that's really 9:11 p.m.
Correct.
And that's for all of the photographs and all of the labels.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit 121. Could you tell me what that is?
This is how, like I said earlier, trailer was pulled out of the St. James parking lot. This is the trailer itself tipped over on its side and being lit on fire next to a garbage can. And you can also see Mr. Rosenbaum armed himself with a chain, and there's still also chains hanging from the trailer.
Okay, and would be in Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, correct?
Yes, correct.
And there's a length of chain on each side of his left hand hanging down to the ground.
Correct.
Each side of his left hand.
It goes through the hand. There's chain here and chain here.
Two separate chains or one chain?
I don't think the picture can tell.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you know whether it's one chain or two?
I do believe it was just one chain.
And go ahead. Defense Exhibit 122, once again.
This is also another picture of Mr. Rosenbaum with his, what I assume to be a bag you got out of jail in his right hand and the chain in his left hand.
Okay. And now the chain is up so you see the full length of it.
Correct.
It's obscured by the bag.
Correct.
Defendant's Exhibit 123, do you recognize that?
I do. This is Mr. Rosenbaum, now fully in the upright position, holding his chain in the bag that I described, and he has a blue bandana wrapped around his face.
And that's a continuation of this series?
Yes, it's still the trailer that is lit on fire.
Are you that close, or are you using a lens? Do you know?
I am pretty close.
Okay. 121.
This is a farther away picture of the trailer that was tipped on its side. Mr. Rosenbaum is away from the fire now at this time, still holding his bag, and I cannot tell what is in his other hand. And it was brought to my knowledge that another person in here is named Joshua Zeminski.
Okay, and Mr. Zeminski is the individual in the khaki pants with the black hoodie?
Yes.
And what's he doing to the fire?
It looks like he is kicking more debris into the fire to accelerate it.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that photograph 124, you're further away when the picture is taken?
Correct.
Defendant's 125.
I was advancing again south on Sheridan Road. I am now at almost the corner where the gas station next to Car Source is, and the police just released more gas or tear bombs. I don't know the technical term.
Now, I'm going to show you some video later on, but were you anywhere near the gunshots that eventually broke out about 10 to midnight?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Could you hand that to the judge, please? Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 126. Do you know what that is?
Yes, this is one of the very last photos I took from Sheridan Road in 61st, I want to say. This photo is of the armored sheriff vehicles showing up to a 10-2 Gage that was just shot in his bicep.
And you can even, your picture's so good you can read where that is from, or?
Yes, it says Sheriff's Rescue Vehicle. I don't see a name or a city.
But that's, this is before the area's even been cordoned off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. Why don't you give me a time on that one?
August 25th, 10:51 p.m.
Showing you a picture of Defense Exhibit 127.
After the shots were fired and it started getting really intense, I decided to retreat and go back home for the night. I did not have a vehicle down there. I was walking back towards 22nd Avenue, and there was gunshots going on all around me, and there was a group of police outside. I don't know the technical term. I think it's like a correctional use facility here in Kenosha. They were out there with their rifles out and pistols drawn, and I had a black camera around my neck, and they pointed their lights at me, and I raised my hands, and they just told me to keep going, and I asked what's going on, and they just confirmed that there was multiple gunshots. And that was at August 25th, 11:04 p.m.
Defense 128.
This is a little further up 63rd Street, just past the last officers that I talked to.
Okay. And this one somehow got a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 130. Could you tell me what that is?
This is a photo of a gentleman walking through some tear gas outside of our courthouse in Kenosha.
Okay, and what time was that taken?
8:11 p.m., August 25th.
Okay, so that would be for real-time 9.
Yes.
And lastly, showing you Defense Exhibit 129. Could you tell me when that photograph was taken?
This is the very last photo I took of that night. And this is of where Rhodey's camera shop used to be.
Okay, and where is Rhodey's camera shop in Kenosha?
I'm going to direct the relevance of this line of questioning. This has not happened on this evening.
It's this evening. It's his opinion as to what was going on and why he covered the story.
The objection is sustained.
Does Rhodey's camera have a special significance to you?
Objection relevance.
I don't want to get sidetracked.
Okay.
The objection is sustained.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
These have or haven't?
That one hasn't
Oh, I'm
popped yet.
sorry.
That's all right. The big ones I had not.
Showing you a very large photograph on the back marked Defense Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell me what that is?
This is of Ruther Central High School, of a bunch of people cleaning graffiti off from the night before.
Okay, when you took that picture, did you know anybody in it?
I did not.
After knowing about this case and meeting with Detective Howard, did you know the significance of this picture?
I do.
And what is it?
Mr. Rittenhouse is in here cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And there's how many people in this photograph?
9, including Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And could you tell me what time that photograph is taken?
August 25th, 11:43 a.m.
Okay, so that would be right before 1 o'clock.
Correct.
Real time. And this photograph?
This is of a group of protesters, I do believe the night before, August 24th.
Objection to relevance.
I don't know why don't you put in a question?
You were covering all 3 nights of the demonstrations and riots, correct?
Yes.
During the photograph, the large photograph, and I can't see on the back, I think it's 134, 133. Is this before or after things turned ugly?
Objection. What happened that night of August 24th is irrelevant to this. Now, I'd ask if an exhibit is not admitted that they not be shown to the jury while it's process of figuring out. Dumbass!
I don't see the relevance.
Now, during the evening, going over those pictures, you were asked whether or not you heard any statements from Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that a fair statement? Now, during the evening, going over those pictures, you were asked whether or not you heard any statements from Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And do you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum said or did during that night?
Yes, I remember a few phrases.
Okay. You talk about the bag. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you made a statement about the source of the bag.
I did.
What was the belief? Look, strike that. Why did you believe that? That he just got out of jail?
Actually calls for hearsay and speculation.
Well, I don't know. There was earlier. I read something some time ago, which gave an well. Maybe 2 months ago, there was paperwork came in here that made somewhat different from what has been stated here in testimony as far as the origin. Is that somewhere in the evidence?
Yes.
I mean, in the available evidence, not in the evidence that's been presented.
No.
Yes. This goes to what the court said could be gone into about Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior. Those statements.
Well, there's a specific statement. Is there?
That will come in.
Is there an available witness that's going to testify to this?
Yes.
All right,
Oh,
go ahead.
Wait a second, I think there's some
I'm
misunderstanding.
sorry, can you start over?
I think I know where the court's going. I think there's a misunderstanding we should discuss.
You know what? Let's. You don't have to go upstairs. You're welcome to do so. But in the meantime, we'll go into the Brewers library, and please don't talk about the case. This won't be long.
Oh, man, I hate it when they go all quiet on us. I don't understand why they have to go quiet while the jury's leaving. Explain that to me. Why do you gotta go quiet just because the jury's leaving? Anyways. I'm still wondering about why those people have headphones in their ear and what that's connected to. They maybe, what do you think? They work for the courts? Are they a backup? You think she's a backup stenographer? I bet you that's what she is. She's a backup stenographer. Just because she has to wear the
I'm
headphones?
quite certain that at one point I read that a remark was attributed to Mr. Rosenbaum, I just got out of jail, and I'm not afraid to go back, or words to that effect. You say you have a witness who could testify to that?
Yes.
Oh, he heard it?
Yes.
What's your objection?
My objection is discussing this belief of where this bag came from. He doesn't know. If he wants to, I mean, I would object him hearsay to the Rosenbaum statements because I don't believe there's enough context, and Mr. Rosenbaum clearly isn't here to testify. So I do believe they are hearsay, although I understand the court's pretrial ruling. I thought we were getting a little mixed up here, which I wanted to clarify. I thought that when Your Honor was talking about things coming in that indicated something else, I thought we were going to go into this line of questioning that Mr. Rosenbaum was getting out of jail, which I believe is not in dispute that he's getting out of the hospital. So I just wanted to clarify that. I do believe, if they want to ask him what he heard, fine, but I don't believe the proper form of the question is, how did you get your belief that this bag was from jail? There's no dispute that this bag was from jail, that this bag was not from jail. And I think to repeatedly mention jail when it wasn't an issue in this case is...
You know, I'm not in a position to know. You say it's not in dispute, and that may be that it hasn't been in dispute up to this point. if the witness is, that is his recollection, it's not for me to slam the door. I understand what you're saying, but if the witness recalls that, you're certainly welcome to cross-examine him on that, and you're welcome to present contrary evidence, but I don't think it's for me to censor the evidence.
I just believe the form of the question is appropriate, which is how did you form your belief that the bag was from jail?
But did not the witness already say that?
No.
I thought he just said it, so now he's asking him, why do you say that? Am my memory just...
And I'm trying not to lead him, so I was setting the stage for the statement. I mean, you want me to...
What did you hear him say?
There's 3 different
Well,
statements.
You asked him 3 times.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Ask the jurors to come back in, please.
Just them being quiet again for the court jurors to come in. So we're just gonna sit here until they come back in. Sorry, I'm organizing stuff. If you guys don't know, I moved recently, and I'm just taking stuff out of totes, seeing if I want to put it in storage or seeing if I want to put it here inside the house.
The objection's been overruled. Go ahead.
Sir, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything about the bag?
I did.
What was that?
That he's not afraid to go back to jail.
And you told the detective that when you were interviewed back on September 11th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to the Ultimate gas station, approximately 5900 Sheridan Road, did you see an incident regarding a dumpster?
I did.
Did you see who was lighting and pushing that dumpster?
I did not.
Did you see what happened to that dumpster?
I did.
What?
It was, the fire was put out by a fire extinguisher.
And when the fire in the dumpster was put out by the fire extinguisher, was there any reaction from the people who were starting the fire?
Yes, a very angry reaction.
Okay. Did you recognize or notice anybody's specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was yelling, "Fuck the police," over and over and over. "I'm not afraid to go back to jail," and "shoot me N-word, shoot me N-word."
But he was using the whole word.
Correct.
At a Black Lives Matter rally?
Correct.
And he had to be held back from attacking people. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Overruled.
And that's depicted in the pictures you brought, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Howard about that?
Correct.
And the incident regarding the chain and that he kept it and was swinging it around, you told the detective about that?
You're actually leading.
Well, rephrase your question.
Did the topic of the chain come up in your interview with law enforcement?
Not that I recall.
Okay. If it's contained in a report taken by the detective, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I wouldn't.
Was the answer I would?
I wouldn't dispute it.
Now, you went south of 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
And you were taking photographs, observing?
Yes, I was.
And what direction were you walking?
Southbound.
Okay. Did anything strange or out of the ordinary happen as you were heading south?
Yes, I saw a gentleman start running, and then a crowd kind of followed behind them.
Okay. The individual who you saw running, do you know who that is?
Not at the time.
Okay. Did you know the significance of him running at the time?
I did not.
Had you heard anything before you saw this individual running at you? Not running at you, but running.
No.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is now?
I do.
And how do you know that?
Through identification through photographs in the media, I guess I could say.
Okay. And who is that person?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay. Describe what you observed. What direction was Kyle running?
He was running southbound towards 63rd Street.
Okay. So he's running away from the 60th Street?
No, hang on. Running south, if that's easier.
Okay. And how far did you see him get?
I saw him enter, I don't know what car source it is, but the car source that's on the corner across from the hospital, I saw him go up in that driveway, and that was the last.
Is the pointer pointing?
Yes. Oh, this pointer?
The laser one?
Yeah.
Did you see the map behind you? Just orient you. This is north.
Yes.
This is south. So this would be east, west. Here's a car source, gas station, ultimate, car source, car source. Where did you first see Kyle Rittenhouse on this map, if you could point with the laser pointer?
Is that the hospital down here?
Yeah, this is the hospital parking lot.
Is this Sheridan Road?
Yes, it is.
I would probably say I saw Kyle right around here.
Okay. And he was heading in a southerly direction?
Yes.
And he goes where?
To car source.
Okay. And when he goes into the car source parking lot, could you see him anymore?
I could not know.
Did you follow him?
I was making my way up there, but not in an urgent manner.
Okay. And describe what happened next.
I heard what seemed to be like a firework, and then I could tell between them there was multiple gunshots.
And then what did you observe?
I observed Kyle walking down the same driveway that I witnessed him going up, and then pick up his pace as he continued northbound on Sheridan Road.
Okay. Was anybody taking note of Kyle as he headed in the northward direction on Sheridan?
There was people screaming at him and also following him.
Okay. Did you see anybody run up to him?
I did.
Okay. And how close were you to Kyle when this individual ran up to him?
15 feet maybe.
Okay. And that individual who ran up to him, what happened?
What I seen was an individual run up to him with a skateboard and swing it at him, letting go of the skateboard, and it hit Kyle between the neck and I would say the mid-back. And the skateboard, I don't know if Kyle kicked it because he was running when the skateboard fell, but the skateboard flew off to the side.
Okay. And did that knock Kyle to the ground?
Objection, leading.
Just tell us what you saw, sir.
He stumbled. He wasn't necessarily on the ground at that point.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
The next thing I observed was, at the time I did not know who it was. Now I can say Anthony Huber. It looked like he was trying to subdue Kyle, and that's when everything happened in a matter of a second. That's when Kyle turned. It looked like he turned because Kyle was on the ground at this time, and that's when he kind of turned and he released one shot, and it hit Anthony Huber in the chest.
Okay. Did you see Anthony Huber do anything with his skateboard as he's trying to, as you said, subdue Kyle?
Yes, he also whacked him. I don't know if it was on his head or like his neck area again.
Okay. This is all happening very fast.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And there was also a lot of people on my side of.
Can you bring up the exhibit, please? Show you what's been previously marked as 110. Were you able to see that video?
If you could play it one more time.
Can you go back even 10 seconds earlier? Do you see yourself in that video?
I do not.
Okay. Were you there?
I was.
Okay. And what did you observe when Kyle went to the ground?
I observed two gentlemen run up to Kyle. One, it looked like, was trying to hop on top of him and take his gun, and the other was hesitant of approaching him. But then Kyle Rittenhouse fired a shot, and it hit Anthony Huber.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
Who I now know as Gage, took a couple steps forward towards Kyle and with a gun, and Kyle shot him in the bicep.
Did you see what Gage Grosskreutz was doing with his hands?
Yes, he had a firearm in his hand.
You could see that?
Yes, I could see that.
And he was approaching Kyle with a firearm in his hand?
I don't know if he was running with it, but once he got up to Kyle, I did see the firearm.
Okay, and what did he do as he approached Kyle?
So I would have been on the back side of Gage, so I don't know.
Did the witness use the formal mode of address as we've been ordered to do so?
Go ahead. Mr. Grosskreutz, as opposed to using his first name.
Oh, okay. Mr. How do you say his last name?
Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz?
Good enough for
okay. Mr. Grosskreutz back was towards me. Well, it was at an angle. I wasn't directly behind him, so I only could see one of his hands.
Okay. And describe what you saw happen.
He had his firearm out, pointing at Kyle.
Okay. And as the gun's pointing at Kyle, what happened?
Kyle shot Mr. Grosskreutz.
How close was Kyle Rittenhouse and Mr. Grosskreutz from your vantage point?
If I would have had to have guessed, under 3 feet.
Now, you were originally subpoenaed by the state, correct?
Correct.
You met with the state representatives, Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus, correct?
Correct.
And there was some tension in that room, correct?
There was.
And they weren't happy with what you were telling them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
I'm going to ask, A, it is leading, and B, I want no reaction. Facial reaction, please.
Describe your meeting with Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus in their office.
Or object to relevance.
Overall.
Answer it?
Please.
I don't know the date off the top of my head, but I was called down to the district attorney's office. I met with Mr. Binger and I don't remember his name.
The individual who's
in the blue. And I was called into a room, sat at a table, handed my police statement, got to read over my police statement, and then I was asked if I would like to add anything to the police statement, and I said I would not. Mr. Binger pulled out a cell phone and showed me a video and also a photo, which was actually one photo that I brought today, and asked me if I knew who a gentleman was in that photo, and I said I did not. And he asked me to Oh, he said this is Joshua Zeminski. Mr. Binger also has a case with him, and I am subpoenaed for that case also. And he says, well, that's who that is. He put the phone down, he picked the phone back up and says, who is this? And I confusedly said, like, Joshua Zeminski, and he's like, would you like to add that to your statement? And I just felt I didn't want to change my statement.
Okay. And as a result, what did you do?
I hired an attorney.
And that's Mr. Rose?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Your Honor, I'd like to move the pictures into evidence.
Is there objection?
Except for the ones that were objected to relevancy, no.
Well, there was one that I guess there were two that I sustained objection. The remainder will be received.
The two big ones.
The two big ones, and then the third big one wasn't even presented. So all the big ones are rejected. Well, two of the big ones are rejected. One of the big ones was not offered. I'm sure they'll be very happy wherever it goes when they're defined as the big ones. But all of the smaller numbered photographs are received.
And I would ask that they be published to the jury, but Mr. Krause can cross-examine first.
His preference?
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. DeBruin, you said there was a lot of tension in the room when you met with me and Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
Okay. So you said we asked to change it to identify Mr. Zeminski?
Yes. Or if I wanted to change any details if I remember anything else throughout that night, and to add Joshua Zeminski.
Now, we met for the case against Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that most of the discussion involved Mr. Zeminski?
I would say probably half of it.
Because Attorney Binger is prosecuting Mr. Zeminski for arson.
Apparently.
And you took a number of pictures that perhaps include Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Binger was verifying if you knew that was Mr. Zeminski and asked you if you saw him in some pictures.
Apparently, and at the time, again, I did not know who Joshua Zeminski was.
Now,
just that I was subpoenaed to be a witness in his trial.
So, so your testimony is that the state, in the case against Kyle Rittenhouse, wanted you to present incriminating evidence against Mr. Zeminski?
I don't know why he asked me that question. I found it odd too.
Is it possible you didn't understand the question?
No, he was pretty clear.
And then you said you went and you hired an attorney?
I did.
How did the meeting end?
What do you mean, how did the meeting end?
I mean, how did our meeting end?
Our meeting or with my attorney?
No, I can't ask about your attorney. I mean our meeting in my office with Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
It ended with Mr. Binger saying that he would be in touch with me in regards to the Zeminski case.
Because we indicated that we would subpoena you for that case.
You did subpoena me for that case.
And that was the absolute end of the meeting?
That I recall.
Do you remember that afterwards you and I spoke about your photography and I complimented your photography? We talked about your photography?
That was in the beginning.
And at the end?
Mostly in the beginning because we were waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room because, I don't know, Heather, maybe her name was in the room and we were just waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room. Is when you asked me that, to be correct.
So we never asked you to put anything in about or change anything about Kyle Rittenhouse?
Not specifically, no.
Because Kyle Rittenhouse, that name doesn't even appear in your statement, does it?
I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
And so the discussion about changing statements, did we actually ask you to retype your statement out?
No.
So what do you mean we asked you to change it?
I'm assuming there wasn't details, but I'm assuming either add Kyle's name or because I was also showing a video off of a cell phone by Mr. Binger. I don't know what that video or whose video that was, but it was of the shooting. And that's when I was asked if I wanted to add anything else to that statement, and I said no.
And you took that literally, like actually writing out your statement?
Yeah.
Okay, you did not take that to mean, is there anything your statement doesn't cover or that we should know?
No.
You said literally we would retype the statement that you took November 11th.
Well, he didn't say retype it, but he said, do I want to add anything to that? And to how I interpret that, that's pretty much altering my statement, and I felt uneasy about that.
You added things to your statement on the stand today.
That was because I recall in videos of certain things happening. That the day I gave my statement, when I walked to the police station, when I walked into that police station, there wasn't even a glass door on that.
So how is, I'm sorry, how is that different than what Attorney Binger asked? Did you want to add anything? How is that any different than asking if you remember other things?
When I had a meeting with Mr. Richards the following night, I want to say, the following day, around like maybe 3:30 at his office. And I was also showing videos there. And prior to things happening in those videos, I was saying things that actually were just about to happen. And he asked me, do you mind if I bring this up? And I said, absolutely. But I did not change. I did not alter that statement. I did not write a new statement out.
So no one asked you to write a new statement?
No, not to write a new statement, just add or
both,
alter.
We both asked the same thing, if you knew more beyond what your statement said.
But the way Mr. Binger wanted it, how he portrayed it to me was to add on to my statement physically. Mr. Richards just took notes.
Did someone ask you to type out a new statement?
I'm telling you how I perceived it.
You have a bias in this case, don't you? You don't want Mr. Rittenhouse to be found guilty or not guilty?
Well, wait a minute. You don't want him to be found guilty or not guilty?
You don't have an interest or a bias in which way this trial comes out?
I don't know. I'm a photographer, photojournalist. That's what I do. I take photos.
Did you go and give an interview to a gossip site that is biased against the district attorney?
I don't know what his site represents.
So you actually went to the media, or someone who claims to be media, to talk about this meeting with the prosecutors?
First of all, he came to me. I didn't go to him. Let's make that clear.
And you understand that he has a bias in this case?
I don't know. I don't know him personally.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Was the objection?
Well, let's do this. We need to take one more break before the day's done anyway. So why don't we take just a 10-minute break? And please don't talk about the case during the break.
All right, there's a break again, guys. And just so you know, I always leave this on and running. I don't turn it off, so we know when they come back. It's just, I guess that other one took longer to come back than this one. So, what else do we want to watch? What can we watch? Let's just want to look up Antifa stuff? I don't know. Well, let's see what pops up. Let's see what just pops up on my stuff here. You know what? I wonder if this guy's gonna quit. Let's see. I wonder what. Let me add that to my queue. Try to watch later. I'll watch it later. How the NHS handles so many patients every day. I don't know what that is.
Can I get your objection?
See, this is why we keep it on.
He's asking.
Stop.
Judge is getting pissed.
Okay.
Speculation, Your Honor. He's asking what he knows about an unnamed reporter's bias.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. That he could testify about somebody else's bias.
I asked if he knew about his bias.
Yeah, that's hearsay.
Well, you know, what does that mean? Do you know about the bias?
What's hearsay?
I can ask it a different way.
That would be good.
And who is
That would make my day.
It's still going to be hearsay no matter how he asks it.
So let's take a break.
I don't work. That's what she said.
You ever read this?
Go ahead. Sit right here.
You can walk around if you like, but we need you back in about 10 minutes.
Put on David who right now? David ICKE? Who is that? I'll look him up. Is this something that I can play that I won't get in trouble for? David ICKE, is that how you spelled it? David Ike? Oh, no. I can't play anything with coronavirus conspiracy because I don't want to get in trouble. So yeah, I can't do that. 5 pounds of garlic. Let's see, but what else can we look at? Do you want to finish craziest and richest and funniest moments caught on a? Let's watch this, I guess. I don't know. These seem kind of fun, huh? I don't know. I like watching them. The burping, are you talking about weed? Burping weed? That was the one thing I can grow weed great, but I'm not good at it.
Hey! What? Hey, get the out of here! Hey!
You got class.
What are you doing? Get out of here!
But I wonder why, is this showing up black for you guys? Like, is everything green black? Is my contrast all messed up or something?
Are you gonna be my lover?
She's kind of cute.
You're making me high on love.
Why is she putting on gloves while she's looking at the camera? She's cute but stupid.
Take you anytime. Let me sing for you. I know.
That's when you let the dogs just run out and get her.
Deep inside, I'm waiting for your sign. No, please let hide.
She decided to hide. Where's she hiding it?
I can take you anytime. Let me sing for you.
If the mailman's bringing the mail up to the mail, I guess their mailbox is not right there, maybe. But what if he has a package? Hiding there is not going to help you, stupid chick. Interesting. She is decent look. I mean, oh yeah, she used to be in her early 20s.
Are you gonna be my lover? You're making me high.
I hope these are videos like, I don't know. Back at work right away, she strolled back to the house, got her gloves on, and went to the backyard again. Now the dogs really went crazy. If I'm home and my dogs are going crazy, I'm turning on my cameras to see who's there.
Can I help you? Hey! Can I help you?
Go film her license plate, bro. Finally get down decided to at least get a picture of the vehicle. Late model black drive time paper plate. Paper plate. You're not allowed paper plates in California anymore. You gotta have like a license plate at all times.
Cause I never.
That's a Ford. Who cares about the Ford? Aren't you gonna spray the water in your window, dude? Your window's wide open. Got a nice lawn though. I wish I had a lawn that looked like that. In fact, I want to go back from grass seed today. Think it's too late to put grass seed out before it snows? I want to grow grass out here so that way the dogs aren't bringing in dirt all the time. What's the kid gonna do? Oh, he's gonna spray the kid. He's gonna spray the kid. Oh no, maybe not. Oh, it's gonna go in the window. I knew it. It's gonna go in the truck window. Right in the open window. I knew it.
Did you just move this, Ryder? You do something to this?
Say what you know about me, my baby.
That's too much concrete in the backyard for me.
Hey!
I wonder what kind of car is under
Get out of there.
That looks like a
Get off my property.
Looks like it's maybe a Datsun Z or a Corvette. What do you think? So he comes back. Or are they just showing the same video? He came back again for the second time. And he drops his wallet. Ah, too bad you couldn't keep his wallet. Oh, the music definitely sucks. I didn't pick the music though. I don't know, what do you guys want to watch? Somebody give me a hint, but it's gotta be something we can watch here. You're gonna steal something with bright yellow reflective gear on it? Or are they trying to power up? We got a person we gotta block. Hold on. Block user on YouTube. Add to block this for recent chat. There you go. Alex Jones doesn't have anything on this channel. On YouTube. Always gonna have one stupid idiot, right? The music is loud. Really? Let me turn that shit down there. I'll turn it way down. That troll tag teamed. How did they tag team? Was there another one that I missed? I thought I got them both. What is he trying to charge? Oh, he hooked up a grinder.
Yo! Excuse me. Hey!
He can't hear you with the grinder on. Yeah, Snooks is good. She's a great moderator. Snookies handles everybody. Okay, I get why would you do that at somebody's house? Why don't you do that? Why don't you just take the catalytic converter home and do it at home? That's what I don't get. Here right now, I'd be calling the cops already. Be like, hey, can you go to my house? This guy's stealing a catalytic converter. Dude, that looks like a nice neighborhood. Click on the trial. Oh, they're coming back now. Alright, let me turn this off. Alright, looks like they're coming back. Oops, wrong one. Let me turn the sound all the way back up for these guys now. He's still on silent mode, though. Is he? Yep, they're still on silent mode. Too much lag in Alaska, you don't stand the chance. Okay, why is it frozen? Did I hit pause? Yeah, I guess I did. Let me hit the live button to make it go live. Okay, it's live, but still no talking. So you're stuck listening to me. What the heck? What the heck is he reading? He's reading. Oh, you know what it is? Somebody's like, all right, you gotta buy some cookies for my kids. Or it's a Harry and David catalog. Is that a Harry and David catalog? Cookie book. He's reading the cookie book. All right, now, Wilma, if you make this for me for Christmas, this is what you gotta give me as a gift for Christmas. Are we really watching this? He's showing, oh my gosh. This judge is hilarious. I gotta tell you, though, I kind of like him. He's funny, and he's fucking, you can tell he's conservative.
All right, let's proceed.
Thank you. You indicated that this blogger approached you.
All right, I'm gonna turn my sound down.
And do you know how he found out about your feelings?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Do you know how he found out that you had something to say?
What do you mean something to say?
Well, you said he approached you. Do you know how he knew to approach you?
He was at my attorney's office.
Did you waive attorney-client privilege so that your attorney could talk to him about it?
He wasn't in the meetings with my attorney, with me present or anything.
So you walked out of your attorney's office and he was there?
He was at my attorney's office, just not in conversations in regards to like why I was there.
And you know this blogger and your attorney have a very close business relationship?
I do not.
Do you know anything about this blogger?
I do not.
So why did you talk to him?
He was with the media.
You talked to all media that ever contacted you?
No.
And did you know this blogger has posted many...
I don't know.
Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
Did you know that this blogger has posted many articles indicating that he wants Kyle Rittenhouse to be found not guilty?
I do not.
Did you know this blogger has posted many articles attacking, mostly falsely, my office, the district attorney's office?
I do not know this.
Did you do any research about who this person was before you spoke to him?
No.
I don't think it's relevant.
That was my last question on that topic.
Perfect.
So,
I'm
no,
sorry.
on that topic. Just on that topic. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, would you describe our meeting in the DA's office as cordial and uneventful?
It was, besides the uneasy feeling I had, it was pretty much like a normal meeting.
So when we ask you if there's anything to add or beyond your statement, that made you feel uneasy.
Yes.
But when Attorney Richards asked you the next day, let me back it up. So we asked you, you felt uneasy, and you didn't say really anything in addition to your statement. Fair to say?
Correct, because I didn't want to change it.
So then when Attorney Richards asked you the next day if you have anything to add to your statement, you tell him all sorts of things.
He didn't present it to adding my statement. He said, can I take notes? He didn't use the word statement like I'm changing my statement.
So that the verbiage is what made you uncomfortable.
Correct.
Did he have you read your statement before you talked to him?
I just read it the night before.
Okay, so the fact that you physically had your statement with us is what made you uneasy.
Correct.
Okay. So now that we're talking about your statement, let's show you what is marked as Exhibit 134. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the police statement I gave on 9/11/2020.
And this is the one that we asked you to read in my office.
Correct.
And you make no mention at all of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Because this was taken on 9/11, I was a year prior to this when I walked into a building that I really didn't even want to be in. But the ATF, however you guys work on your cases, it was brought to you guys, not me voluntarily. The ATF brought it to you and got you guys involved.
By you guys, you mean the detective that's investigating this case?
Yes. I had a homicide detective over at my house.
So you gave the statement on September 11th, 2020?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that your memory of the events was better on September 11th, 2020?
Pretty much the same. You're not going to forget this situation ever.
Well, then why did you forget to put things in your report?
First of all, it was, like I said, when I first walked into the police station, I walked through a police station that didn't even have a door. Didn't have no glass attached. There was glass on the ground, completely all shattered on the ground. I have photos, don't worry. Shattered all over the ground. It was you guys had me waiting constantly. I had to wait to give my statement because they couldn't get a hold of Detective Howard. So when he came in, it was a really, I don't want to say rushed, but it wasn't take your time type of deal.
You were there for, your statement was an hour and a half long.
Don't know what.
Right?
I don't know how long it was.
And they were in the room within 5 minutes of you walking in the
interrogation
room? So your explanation for why your statement leaves things out is because you walked through a door without a window?
No. I was trying to explain how nervous and anxious I was because, I mean, all around that area, just local businesses are being destroyed, everything. And to be walking into a police department in the middle of this time isn't good. I was threatened numerous times throughout the week of me photographing and capturing all these photos. I was threatened numerous times, so I was uneasy with people still standing outside the police department, walking in, knowing I have to walk out with these people out here.
So you gave the statement 17 days after the shooting. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And you're still saying that property was being destroyed and there were protests
7
days later? Let me finish my question, please. 17 days later?
Nothing to the extent of the week of the shooting. Nothing to that extent, but there was no window in the police station.
So the fact there was no window made it so you could not give an accurate statement?
I'm not saying that. I
You
said
just did.
it gave me anxiety. Yeah, so make sure you say what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
He
So,
did not say he didn't make an accurate statement.
I will put you through that fucking wall!
You said things were left out of your statement.
Not intentionally. I mean, those are little details. That's a traumatic situation that someone has to go through. I just witnessed someone dying. And another person getting their arm almost blown off.
17 days prior.
Doesn't matter how long it is. I still suffer from that traumatic still to this day.
Do you have, you said you've been nervous, you said you were anxious. Does that really affect your perception of events?
It might, no. It's not going to change. But like right now, I'm anxious. Like I have anxiety right now.
Did you have anxiety when you spoke to us in our office?
Absolutely.
Now, you in your statement, there's no mention of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Correct.
There's no mention of him saying anything about shoot me N-words.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, sorry. There's nothing in there about saying shoot me N-words.
Correct.
And is that because you saw it on a video later?
When I was showing a video at Mr. Richard's office, as the video was playing, I was telling things that was happening before the video was actually playing. Like, I don't know, before the details that I said coming out my mouth happened on the video.
So did you observe him say that, or did you see it on video?
I heard him say it, and what's your question?
On August 25th, as you were there that night, Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum say that?
Yes.
Or is that based on video
No.
after?
No, I saw him, I heard him say that.
But it's not in your statement?
Correct.
There's nothing in your statement about seeing Mr. Rittenhouse walk down to Car Source?
Like little details like that, I'm not an investigator, so I don't know to give those type of details. I'm sorry.
So this homicide suspect and his actions seconds before the alleged homicide, that's a little detail?
Also, remember going back, this whole situation got blown out of the water when the ATF got involved. And so many people showing up at my house, showing up at my job. The FBI showed up at my job and asking me questions. So when this statement was given, I gave it to the best recollection of my memory that I could, with everything else that was going on around me in my life at that time regarding this case.
You'd agree watching a homicide suspect walk up to the scene of the first homicide is not a little detail?
I was stressed out at the time, I'm sorry.
You testified with Mr. Richards that you saw Mr. Grosskreutz point his gun at Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
That's nowhere in your statement?
Correct.
So that wasn't important to include on September 11th?
Like I said, I'm not a detective.
But you can tell, you gave us things about tipping over a porta potty. Is that more important than someone pointing a gun at a homicide suspect?
No, but it's easier to remember when I captured the photo. And I can reference that photo to remember that instance.
So are these your memories, or are these what you've seen on photos and you've changed your memory or altered your memory because of the photos?
It's probably a little of both, but nothing's altered.
So you had a camera on you that night?
That's how I would have got those photos.
And did that take photos and video?
It did.
So
it did.
You watched this scene unfold in front of you with people chasing Mr. Rittenhouse?
I did.
Did you turn your camera on? Yes or no? He said I did.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Did you turn your camera on?
To take photos?
To take anything?
No. I didn't. If there's a video of, I don't know whose video. Excuse me.
I'm talking about your video. Did you turn your camera on?
No.
No.
No. It was a very chaotic situation.
Well, you're there to document things, aren't you?
And I'm not a professional.
So, in your statement, it says nothing about Gage pointing the gun, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said Anthony walked maybe 2-3 steps and collapsed. That's when I stepped back. I was at the corner house on the southwest corner of Sheridan 61st Street at this time. That's what you said?
Correct.
I hugged the north wall of the house for cover. Is that correct?
Correct.
But somehow from hugging the north wall of the house, you saw what happened with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That was, by the time I got to the house, everything was done. That's how fast that happened. I didn't even get out of the street. I was still in the street when he was shot. When Grosskreutz was shot. I'm sorry.
And all you say about the shooting is, I saw Gage get shot in the arm and it was a mist of blood. That's all you say about the interaction between Mr. Grosskreutz and Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
So that was important to say, but nothing else regarding that incident.
Like I said, I'm not a detective. I don't know what you guys look for. I'm sorry that I left that out. This is the first time I ever had to do anything like this.
You indicated you saw someone with a loaded pistol. How'd you know it was loaded?
I watched him rack the gun back.
Did you know if he had ammunition in it?
I know how firearms work. The slide would have stayed back if there was no ammunition in it.
Did you watch him load the gun?
No.
Now, when you are given a statement by a detective, they tell you to put everything in it that's important, right?
Through my eyes.
You signed the statement that says, this statement is being typed for me by Detective Martin Howard of the Kenosha Police Department and is a true and accurate account of my statement to him. You sign that on the top of each page? Or the
Bottom.
top of the first page?
I didn't sign nothing at the top of the page. It's at the bottom of the page.
All right, so let's go there. So you signed on the bottom. I have made the above statement without any threats or promises. It is my desire to state the true facts as to this incident. I have read the above statement and find that it is true and correct.
Correct.
And you signed that.
Yes, sir.
And the statement on top would also indicate that it should be the truth.
What statement on top? I don't understand what you're trying to tell me.
On the top of your statement, it says, this statement is being typed for me by Detective Martin Howard.
Oh, on the very first page, yes.
If I could finish my question, please. She has to type everything down, so only one person can talk at a time. Thank you. This statement is being typed for me by Detective Martin Howard of the Kenosha Police Department and is a true and accurate account of my statement to him.
Correct.
Is there anything else you left out of the statement?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you consider my question to be asking you to change your statement?
Not right now.
You indicated that Rosenbaum took a chain and kept it for a while, swinging it around.
Correct.
So you saw Mr. Rosenbaum drop or leave the chain behind.
I don't know when Mr. Rosenbaum separated with that chain.
But you said kept it for a while.
Correct.
So it was gone.
At some point, yes.
Okay. Now, in our meeting, let me ask it this way. Did you see Kyle Rittenhouse before the car source lot on that night?
Yes.
And you described him to us as being notable because he was always out alone on his own.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
Okay. So you saw him out on his own doing whatever he was doing by himself.
The couple times that I seen him.
And when you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, you never saw him actually lay hands on anyone?
No.
Never saw him hit anyone?
No.
Never saw him kick anyone?
No.
Never saw him strike anyone with a chain or any other weapon?
No, sir.
Never saw him with a gun?
No.
Now, you indicated in your statement that as Mr. Rittenhouse was being chased back northbound Sheridan Road, you heard someone say, "You just shot someone, stop." Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And you say that Anthony and Gage, meaning Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, were yelling at Kyle to stop.
Yes.
Kyle did not stop and kept going.
Correct.
Now, in my office, you indicated that you were fearful of an active shooter.
I don't recall that.
You don't remember saying that you thought they were trying to stop an active shooter?
No.
Do you think they were trying to stop an active shooter?
They were trying to stop the person that was running.
Did you feel...
At that time, like I said, I don't know. I didn't know what happened at that corner.
So you, as a amateur journalist, you were not drawn to go to that location, to the 63rd Street car source.
Is that the one on the corner?
Well, they're all kind of on the corner, but the
Across
one on
from the
63rd,
hospital?
the one on 63rd and Sheridan.
Yes, I was drawn towards that.
Okay, but you didn't get there in time to see any of the shooting.
No.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum said, "I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back," or something to that level.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if he got out of jail or not?
At the time, I did not know.
And you said you saw him have a small plastic water bottle that night?
I saw a plastic baggie.
Did you? And you told us in our meeting that you saw a plastic bottle in the baggie?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Rosenbaum, when he made that comment, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No.
When he was at the 59th Street Ultimart, and he was saying what's not in your statement, but you have said, shoot me, N-word, and having to be restrained. You didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No, I did not. There was many people.
You said, I didn't quite hear when Attorney Richards was saying, did you say you had a picture of Mr. Rosenbaum by a cone on fire?
Yes.
Like a traffic cone?
Well, he's in the background just outside the driveway of the gas station.
So I'm just trying to determine what it is. It's a traffic cone, or what is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Construction cone, I guess.
Construction cone?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse anywhere around there?
Not at that time, no.
And right, I mean, at that time, you did not see Kyle Rittenhouse around there. And that didn't threaten anyone's safety relating a traffic cone on fire?
No.
You saw, or you allege you saw Mr. Rosenbaum tip or help tip over a porta potty?
I did.
It's not alleged. There's a photograph of it. It's ridiculous.
He can phrase his question as he sees fit.
Now, you indicated in your statement that it smelled terrible.
It did.
So that was a detail you felt important to include in your statement? Now, when Mr. Rosenbaum tipped over the porta potty, Mr. Rittenhouse was not around.
Not that I've seen.
There was no one in the porta potty that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that didn't actually endanger anyone's safety?
No.
You indicated that there was a trailer that was lit on fire?
Yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse wasn't around to see that?
Not that I...
He doesn't know what Mr. Rittenhouse saw or didn't see.
I'll rephrase. You did not see Mr. Rittenhouse around then?
No.
And the trailer was unoccupied?
What do you mean unoccupied?
I mean, there was no one in it.
There was what?
There was nobody in it?
There could be nobody in it.
Isn't it a flatbed?
Yeah, it's a flatbed.
So that didn't endanger anyone's safety?
No, unless it tipped over.
Now, you said you saw Mr. Rosenbaum arm himself with a chain. He picked up a chain off the ground or off the trailer?
Off the trailer.
Armed himself is your phraseology?
Yes.
And did you see Kyle Rittenhouse around when he did that?
Not that I am aware of.
And you never saw him swing it at anyone or threaten anyone with that?
I saw him just swinging it, but it was not directed towards anybody or like any human beings or anything like that.
Do you consider handguns or chains more dangerous?
You know, where are we going here, Mr.
I'm not
Krause?
an expert.
Mr. Krause.
This witness has spoken a great deal about what he saw Mr. Rosenbaum do, and I am establishing that he did not see Mr. Rittenhouse observe any of it.
That isn't what you asked him. You asked him which he considers more dangerous, chains or guns.
I'll withdraw that. Sir, you worked for a grocery chain?
Yes, I did, yes.
You did?
Yes.
What happened the last couple of weeks?
What?
You did work for a grocery chain?
A while ago, yes.
How do you make your living now?
I work for a national bottling company.
Okay. So your photography is a hobby, or you told me you're hoping to become a professional.
Eventually, yes.
Now, you brought your own exhibits in here today.
I did.
And the defense didn't ask you to do that, you did that on your own.
I did.
And you know that this case has gotten a great deal of publicity.
Yes.
And you know there are media outlets here covering the trial.
Yeah, apparently there's cameras.
And you actually have offered your photographs for sale on that blogger's site who spoke to you.
He put those up.
So are these photographs for sale?
If somebody would want them, but I'm not advertising them.
Did you bring your own exhibits because you're trying to enrich yourself with your photography?
Not at all.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Yes. Sir, before the 25th of August 2020, did Kyle Rittenhouse have any significance to you?
Before the 25th?
Yes.
No.
Okay. The night of the 25th before the shooting, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
I did not. I didn't even know after taking that graffiti picture.
Okay.
Earlier in the day.
Were you looking for Kyle Rittenhouse to know where Kyle Rittenhouse was in relationship to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing?
No, I did not know any of those individuals at that time.
And when you met with me in my office, there was a private investigator present, correct?
Correct.
And I asked you what you remembered and took notes, correct?
Correct.
And then I showed you video, correct?
Leading.
Correct.
Sustained.
I was there, and who else?
The private investigator and then myself.
Okay. And what did we do first?
I don't recall.
You come in and did I show you videos right away?
Oh, no. You introduced yourself. You introduced the private investigator. I don't remember his name. And then you asked, like, if I remembered my police statement, and I said I did because it was just refreshed to me by the district attorney's office. And then you asked when did I talk to the district attorney's office, and I said just the day prior, and then we started going into my police statement.
And after I was done going into your police statement with you, then what did I do?
Showed me some videos.
Okay, and in the videos I showed you, were you able to identify yourself?
Yes. I don't know who recorded the videos, but I can identify myself in a video.
And that's, and not just any video, it's right before the shooting. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Oral.
I don't need to show the video.
You don't need to?
No. That's all I need. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Delser?
Do you guys see this?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What I would consider a brief witness to authenticate a video and say what he saw there.
Brief. The magic word.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Lucas Zenen. Zenen.
Mr. Zenen, where do you currently reside? The city?
Kenosha.
Were you present in the city of Kenosha on August 25th of 2020?
I was.
Directing your attention to approximately 10 before midnight on the 25th, where were you?
I was parked in my car on 63rd Street in the corner of Sheridan Road, across the street from the car lot.
Okay. And can you look behind you? See that map?
Yes.
Can you, if this is north and this is south, this here is labeled Sheridan Road, and this is 63rd Street, where were you?
Do you want me to point out on the map?
Yeah, I think this is right here.
This is gray. Yeah, that's it. It's green.
I think you have to hold the button down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was approximately right there on the south side of the street.
And were you parked, driving? What were you doing?
I was parked.
Okay. And were you driving, passenger, what?
I was a driver.
Okay. And was there somebody with you?
Yes, my stepdaughter.
Okay. And was she filming anything?
Yes. So she was leaning out the window of the passenger side, and she was videotaping, and I was watching the events.
Were you watching what she was videotaping?
Yeah, I was watching what was going on in the parking lot at the time.
Okay, and what was exciting or interesting about CarSource at that time?
Well, the reason I was passing south on Sheridan, and I took a right on 63rd, and then I turned around and parked because as I was going south, I saw fire coming out of the passenger seat of one of the cars. And so I turned around and I decided to park, and I saw people smashing the cars with pipes and bats, standing on the hood, kicking the windows in.
Okay. You can stop a second, Mr. Zenen. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if you recognize it, okay? Exhibit 135, please.
No, over here.
You hear that banging?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's people kicking and hitting cars with pipes and bats.
Okay, keep going, please.
Here, class to the hospital. I will, Maya. Thank you. Oh shit.
Go back 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. No, I don't want you to stop.
Oh shit. They shooting.
Whose voice is that?
That's my stepdaughter's.
Did you hear those gunshots?
Yes.
Could you describe them for the jury, please?
I heard multiple gunshots.
Okay. Was there a first gunshot and then a series of gunshots? How did you?
Yeah, I heard one and then bang, bang, bang.
Okay. And after the shots, did the people then start to move?
Yeah, they started running.
Okay. Before the shots, nothing was disturbing them. They were just bashing in cars.
Yes.
Now, you or your stepdaughter turned over this tape to Detective Howard, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you told him what you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that was back in October 28th of 2020?
Objection leading.
Rephrase your question.
Do you remember the date you met exactly with the officers?
Not exactly. I mean, it seemed like about a year ago they told me that I might be called to be a witness within a year, but they never called me.
Okay. Would looking at your statement that you signed tell you the date that you met with the detectives?
Well, if it has a date on it, yeah.
Mr. Zenen, showing you a 2-page document that is not stapled together. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is this?
It's my signature, 28th of October.
Okay. And there's a date on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
October 28, 2020.
Is that your handwriting?
It certainly is.
I have nothing further.
Sir, why are you up here from Texas?
Actually, I'm a licensed real estate agent in Texas, and I'm a licensed real estate agent in Wisconsin. I was born and raised in Wisconsin. I had moved to Texas to work in the oil fields for a time. My mother passed away, and I came back up here. So my plan has been to sell real estate in Wisconsin in the summer and flip houses, and then to go to Texas in the winter and sell real estate and flip houses in Texas.
I only ask because at the time you gave it, of your statement, you gave a Texas address.
Yes, so I mean, the goal is to be like a lot of Wisconsin people, snowbird.
Snowbird. So on August 25th, were you?
I was
in
here.
Kenosha, or?
Yeah, my fiance is here in Kenosha.
Were you concerned that these individuals would break your car if you're parked right across the street?
It was, well, because there was dozens of people in the parking lot, and then there was, I'd say, at least 100 or more behind us. So I was frightened. I'm a lifelong, I was born and raised in Kenosha, and I love my town, and I watched every single night of the riots. And the night before...
I'm going to have to stop.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, okay? So...
Why did you interrupt the witness? Let him finish.
Well, the question is, were you concerned about people behind you? And I thought he was testifying in the narrative.
Fair enough. You're correct.
So what brought you up past curfew that night?
I wanted to, first of all, these were historical events that were happening in my hometown, first of all. Second of all, the night before, rioters had burned dozens of buildings, small businesses. Me being a real estate agent, I have empathy for small business owners. I was very upset that these rioters were destroying my town, burning my town. So I was hoping if I could see that the night that Kyle was chased and attacked, if I could see somebody set a fire, I could take a video, and they could be prosecuted by the prosecutors and the police.
Now, you mentioned someone you called Kyle. Did you know Mr. Rittenhouse before that evening?
Not at all.
Did you know him at all since then, except
Not at
through
all.
media? Sir, she's got to take on what we say, so it's got to be one at a time, okay? I know it's not how people usually speak, but we just got to be kind of careful about that. So,
no, I've never met Kyle. I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse before the shooting surveying the area or looking at the people breaking windows or anything like that?
So you have to understand my... Okay. No, I did not.
All right, thank you.
The cars and the rioters destroying the cars stopped you from seeing Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that a fair statement?
I could not see Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. If Mr. Rittenhouse was in the far corner of the car source lot, was there things blocking your view?
All I can say is I did not see the shooting. I just heard it.
Okay. And you never saw Mr. Rittenhouse?
After the shooting, people scattered, and I could see his face.
Okay. And you've never spoke to him before or after this event?
No.
Nothing further.
Any question?
No.
Thank you. You may step down, sir. Let's break at this time, and I'm going to ask that you return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't discuss it with anyone, not even members of your household. And I think the clerk will take care of you in the jury room. Enjoy the evening.
If the clerk is hot, she can take care of me in the jury room. No, kidding. Just kidding. All right, we're going to wait a few seconds before we close this down. Sometimes they go and maybe something else is said. But if not, then we're going to end the video. We'll wait till it goes to a black screen. I don't know. Man, I don't know why the judge hasn't just stopped this case already. I mean, come on. This trial should be over by now. It's a shit show, right? It's a shit show. And then yeah, you're right. It was an egg in the face of the DA. The DA just made himself look even worse with what he was saying and shit like that. Oh my goodness, the DA's just screwing himself, right? All right, it said it ended, so I guess it's over for reals, folks. So all right, it's what, 2:42.
Mr. Mayor's not here. Do you want to wait or?
No, he's giving you
This is just showing another video.
All right, go ahead.
All right, guys. So, anyways, yeah, we'll be back here at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, California time, whatever the hell you want to call it. And Trunk Uncle and I will be here with the news. I'm gonna go run to town real quick. I gotta go get some stuff to fix my pressure washer, and so me and Donnie gotta get out of the house. We hate being in the house. That's the one thing about living in the country, you know, or in the mountains, I guess I should say. There's just I don't know. I'm used to being in the city. It's hard not going somewhere. And Donnie gets bored in the house too, even though he goes out and plays. All right, guys. See you in a little bit. Thank you for being here. And hey, go check out my crazy cripple life if you want. It's my new channel. Go like and subscribe to it. And share these videos, guys. Do me a favor. Share. Because I am a patriot, YouTube will not share my videos. So do it for me, guys. Help me out. All right, guys. We'll catch you tonight at the show. Good night.